Cultfigga TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Game over. Iran shoots down a F-35. That's supposed to be a stealth plane. No more stealth BS. But before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means you hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all salute, family. Well, the gig is up. The ultimate humiliation. Stock prices dropping. U.S. Defense Department is going to lose billions after this.
A stunning moment in the skies over the Middle East.
Hey, before we get into this, I've been warning about this. Peekaboo, Iran said, I see you. I've been warning about this, and I just spoke about this on this channel. People said I was lying. I remember Putin during the Syrian war, when they was talking about bombing Syria, when Barack Obama was talking about bombing Syria, and Putin sending his soldiers to save the Christians from the Christian head choppers. Putin revealed to the world. He was warning Obama, there's no such thing as a stealth plane. We can track all of your planes. Don't try that crap with Russia. You can play those games with the little boys, but Putin been told the world there was no such thing as an invisible plane. That was a scam that the U.S. had been running on the world. They said he was lying. Well, guess what? Today, Iran put that. That's it's not a question anymore. Iran just shot down an F-35 plane. Trump should be arrested. He said they didn't have no air defense systems. The worst thing about it is they didn't even use a Chinese air defense system. Oh, my goodness, you in big trouble. They didn't even use a Russian air defense system. Oh, my goodness, you in big trouble. They used an Iranian air defense system. Oh, my God, you in serious trouble. That means they can produce these systems. They have plenty of them, and they're going to give the U.S. hell. Remember, the U.S. said they can fly over their country whenever they want. We got total control of the Iranian skies. Yeah, until this video got released.
A moment that could redefine the balance of this conflict.
They still won't show this. They still will not show this video on CNN, MSNBC. All they would say was the Pentagon. Yeah, the Pentagon says it's true. The Pentagon says it's true. They're not saying it was shot down. We got the video. We don't give a fuck what you say. They're saying behind technical difficulties, this plane went down and landed somewhere. Then Iran said, oh, y'all want to lie to the people? Well, this will happen to that plane.
For the first time since this war began, Iran is believed to have struck one of America's most advanced war machines. In what many are calling an embarrassing blow to Washington, a U.S. F-35 stealth fighter jet, one of the most sophisticated aircraft ever built,
imagine that man flying around thinking he's finna bomb some old girls' schools, kill some old religious leaders, and then he knocked out the sky. Imagine that. Imagine we know the Iranians shot those F-35s down in Kuwait. We just didn't have the video. We know what happened. We got this video. See, the Iranians is tired of all that. The lies Trump and them is telling.
And hit. The fifth-generation jet, designed to evade detection, designed to dominate the skies, suddenly forced into an emergency landing.
Taliban. You can do this over Afghanistan, my nigga. Yeah, you did that shit in Libya. You even got away with it in Venezuela. Not in Iran.
According to U.S. Central Command, the aircraft was flying a combat mission over Iran when something went wrong. A strike believed to be from Iranian
sitcom saying it was flying a combat mission, then it had technical difficulties. Man, these people liars. You mean that missile that hit it? Iran said the technical difficulties is we shot it down and then released the video. You see, the reason they can't say it was shot down because that's a stealth plane. Iranians is not supposed to be tracking that plane. They're not even supposed to be able to see that plane. If they can see that plane, the whole U.S. Air Force fleet is down the drain. That's right, Jack. If Iran could track this plane, which they can, oh man, we finished. Because they scammed the our stealth fighters supposed to be what gave us the upper hand on people. We supposed to be just fly over the skies. They can't see us and bomb people. That's not gonna happen.
In fire forced the pilot to act fast. Moments later, the jet descended and made an emergency landing at a U.S. airbase in the region. The pilot survived. The aircraft landed, but the message has already been sent. Officials say the incident is now under investigation. Details remain scarce, questions unanswered. But one thing is clear: this changes the narrative. Because until now, the United States has projected dominance, airstrikes, precision hits, relentless pressure on Iranian targets. Washington insisting it is winning.
You can say anything on TV, and that means it's true. This is 2026. We can see the war. We're watching the war. You don't just get to tell us shit. See, this is why they try to ban RT. This is why they ban Press TV. This is why they try to ban the media of other countries so we can't see it. That's over with. We're going to watch it. We're going to see what's going on in this war because these people stay lying to us. You see what I'm saying? We don't know if that pilot's still alive. We don't know. Plane landed safely. Man, get the fuck out of here. That plane is blown up. That plane is scrap metal. To hell you mean that plane landed safely? More of the nonsense to make them still feel like they're in control of this thing, bro. No, they're not. And that was the best thing they had, was flying over people, bombing them. That's over with, man. No more flying over people, just bombing. Man, that was the best they could do. No, you gotta go fight those people on the ground like real men.
Just hours before news of the incident emerged, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared the campaign a success, claiming Iran's defenses had been flattened, that victory was not just possible, but decisive. And yet, in the skies above Iran, a different story.
Yeah, he won't say that I need to ask him that shit under oath, bro. They already done broke Tulsi Gabbard, the head of the CIA, the head of the NSA. They on TV today and just blaming Trump because they don't want to go to prison. That's a fact, bro. These people blaming Trump now, saying, we told him. It's me. We warned him this was going to happen. The Congress asked them, didn't y'all know them people was going to close the strait? We warned Trump. Y'all thought Iran was going to surrender? We warned Trump. Everybody throwing them up. And Pete Hegseth is next. He going to prison. You said Iran. They said Iran couldn't shoot back. They said Iran was defenseless. Today, they shot down the F-35 warplane with the Iranian air defense systems. Trump and Pete Hegseth said they didn't have any more. Lies. And they're going to go to prison for those lies. Jeopardizing American lives, bro.
It may be unfolding. The F-35, a symbol of American air superiority, costing over $100 million per unit, now part of a growing question. Is the battlefield shifting?
Iran is running the battlefield.
This marks the first known instance of Iran hitting a U.S. aircraft since the conflict erupted.
They hit 3 F-35s in Kuwait. They said it was friendly fire. They shot that goddamn transport plane out the refueling plane out the sky, killed 6 American soldiers. They said it was an accident. We crashed into each other. Iran said, well, listen, we're going to release this video so you stop lying to the American people. Before you say it was a mechanical failure, like they said, and then Iran released the piece. Right? Iran said, we shot that plane down. And this is the embarrassing part, what y'all seeing on the screen. We paid billions, hundreds of billions. That's $1 trillion program. We're not supposed to be able to track that. You're not supposed to be able to track that plane. Come on, bro. They lucky they fight. They finna get their ass kicked, but they lucky they were fighting Iran and wasn't playing with China or Russia with that bullshit, bro.
In late February,
a
moment that could signal something far bigger, not just a tactical success, but a strategic message. Iran, under pressure, under attack, but still capable of striking back, still capable of reaching into the sky and touching what was once considered untouchable.
on.
Now,
No military has ever
Washington
did that.
faces a new
No
reality.
military has ever shot down a U.S. stealth plane. That's because the U.S. ain't fought no motherfucking body, and people were telling them that. You ain't fought nobody. You've been bullying people. You've been picking on defenseless nations. Now you're fighting the mighty Persians, and they are humiliating you. Today, they knock your stealth plane out the sky, put the video out so you can't lie about it. There's no such thing as an invisible plane.
A conflict it believed it was controlling may be entering a far more dangerous phase. Because in war, it only takes one moment, one strike, one impact to change everything.
That's why they got the way back. Shit. When you turn on the TV and that bitch is going down, which I don't want to see that because there's 5,000 soldiers on that thing. But they need to stop playing games, man. They need to mutiny right now, bro. If those soldiers want to live, shit, all that, I'm just following orders, boy. You're going to be seeing the most high soon. You keep playing these games, fam. Watch how many pilots now. All that thinking you just gonna go fly over the
Tax Act is a gig worker's best friend. You might think their spouse or dog is.
Well, Iran was holding back like Russia. See, this is real military tactics here. Hold back. Don't let them know everything. Bait them in. Make them think they winning. Make them, U.S., they trapped them. Come closer. Come deeper into our country. Oh, yeah, you got us defenseless. And then knock their planes out the sky. They better stop playing with Iran. And we do not know that pilot, we do not know that the Iranians might have that pilot, bro. They not just going to put them on pitch. I told you, put on TV and parade them before the world. That ain't how you're not supposed to do that. Russia done taught them better than that. Probably behind the scenes negotiations going on. We need to know where that pilot who got shot at that goddamn. They say, oh, he's okay. Yeah, because you're trying to negotiate to get him back.
For the first time in history, a country takes down and shoots down an American F-35, fifth generation fighter jet with all of the stealth capabilities, was taken down by Iran. And the surprising thing is, it was taken down by an Iranian air defense system. And there was a publication. There were confirmations from the United States that it was indeed hit. And there was also a confirmation from the spokesperson of the Iranian armed forces. There was also a video being published of the attack and of the fighter jet being attacked by an Iranian missile, following interception, successful monitoring and successful targeting of the fighter jet. Now, the statements that are coming from the United States confirm that it was indeed hit, but they didn't really specify what the situation and condition of the fighter jet was in. They said that the pilot was in a stable condition, but are they hiding something? Are they hiding the fact that it was completely destroyed? Did it have to make an emergency landing? This is where things start to get tricky, and we're going to get to all of the statements. But before that, let's begin with, where is this coming from exactly? What is the pattern that this is coming in? We're hearing from the United States that the Iranian army has been destroyed. Pete Hegseth, that's a week ago, said that the Iranian army is destroyed. They destroyed their navy. They destroyed their air defense systems. Everything is over. And just hours after he said, we're going to conduct the biggest attack yet on Iran, Iran came with this shocking surprise for the United States after these threats came from Pete Hegseth and from the American administration. The largest strike yet clearly did not deter Iran, and Iran managed to shoot down an F-35 with its own defenses. Now, what was the confirmation that came from Iran surrounding this? What did they say exactly in relation to this attack? There were multiple statements that came from Iran. One of them was from the IRGC, of course, who announced that they targeted the F-35. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that it targeted an American F-35 fighter jet in the skies over the center of the country, and said that its fate is under investigation. So they haven't completely confirmed that it was totally destroyed. The only thing that they said is that they indeed targeted it, with high probability that it crashed, according to them. Now, this is where things start to get interesting. because according to the statements that are coming from the United States, we're not getting reassurance that neither the fighter jet nor the pilot survived. And even if they want to talk about like an emergency landing, where exactly? If the fighter jet was in the middle of Iran.
Come on.
What else did they say?
They talk about it made emergency landing in the Middle East. You mean somewhere in Iran? Where they gonna just keep playing these stupid games?
They said that the fate of the fighter jet is unknown and is under investigation. High probability that it crashed. For his part, the spokesman of the Khatam al-Anbiya Central HQ, Ibrahim Zulfaqari, said that the zealous youth and brave scientists in the aerospace force of the Revolutionary Guard were able, through the manufacture of modern air defense equipment and systems, and their integration into the unified air defense network of the country, to strike the myth of the power of the American F-35 aircraft. Now, they're referring to a report from CNN, which we're going to go to now. On the other hand, CNN reported that an F-35 fighter jet made an emergency landing at a U.S. airbase, according to them, in the Middle East after being targeted by what is believed to be an Iranian fire, citing two sources familiar with the matter. So it went down in one of the Arab countries, most likely, that constantly claim that they're not taking part in this and condemn Iran for attacking these bases where they launch their...
Israel attacked and the U.S. attacked Iranian gas field yesterday. Iran went ballistic, blew up some shit in Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia. The Arabs tried to stand up last night and talk shit to Iran. And Iran warned all of them, nigga. If any more strikes come onto their gas field, they're gonna destroy everything. So those Arabs are really, they don't got no choice. They better shut up. But Trump absolutely tried to get those Arabs to attack Iran. Iran let them know, nigga, we will stop hitting the U.S. bases and we will hit your bases. We will stop looking for Netanyahu and Trump, and we will look for your kings, these crown puppets. See what I'm saying? I wish the Arabs do just keep on pushing, because I know Iran want to wipe their ass out anyway, and they should do that. They should not leave those Arab kingdoms standing. They shouldn't do that. The time is now to finish them off too.
Attacks from. Let's go to the report from CNN. Suspected Iranian fire targeted the F-35 emergency landing. Okay.
Now, just right there, people should be asking, how the fuck can Iran target an F-35? If we didn't see the video, we seen the video because Iran released it. But if it was no video and they just want to tell us Iran targeted F-35, what they just shoot in the sky trying to hit something, you told us that was a stealth plane and it was invisible. And you have taken $1 trillion out of our pocket. Y'all need to understand that. They done finessed us for over $1 trillion, bro. And you have witnessed that was a lie. Come on, man. Somebody got to go prison.
What is believed?
That would have been in Russia. That's been prison right now. Boy, North Korea, they'd be dead. In Iran, they'd probably be dead. China, they'd probably get a life sentence. Only in America can you steal $1 trillion from the taxpayers and it's just a business as usual, bro. That's fucked up, man.
To be F-35 fighter jet made an emergency landing in U.S. airbase in the Middle East after it was struck by what is believed to be Iranian fire, according to two sources familiar with the matter. Captain Tim Hawkins, the spokesperson for the U.S. CENTCOM, said that the fifth generation...
I know all of those pilots in the U.S. military, they shook right now, bro. They've been believing that bullshit, nigga. They know that's not true no more. And I know they don't want to fight North Korea, Russia, or China. If Iran is knocking down your most prized possession with their indigenous air defense systems, what the hell are you going to do with the big dogs? Iran is a big dog now, but they not the biggest of the dogs. There's 3 bigger than them. I told you that. North Korea, China, and Russia. The U.S.
generation fighter jet was flying a combat mission over Iran when he was forced to make an emergency landing. Hawkins said the aircraft landed safely, and the incident is under investigation. The aircraft landed safely, and the pilot is in stable condition, according to him. And they continued, the incident would be the first time Iran has hit a U.S. aircraft in the war started in late February. That is inaccurate because there were multiple targetings of
But he got
other
shot
fighter
down.
jets of the United States, including the F.
Over that bomb in them little girls' schools and shit. His ass got shot down. He probably on another bomb, another run to go hit a nursery or something, a kindergarten or something. And ass got shot down. I know he humiliated. I bet you he don't want to go back because you might not be so lucky next time. You got shot down and survived once, nigga. Next time it might be it for you.
F-18 in Kuwait at the time, 3 of them. The United States at the time said it was friendly fire, but again, they hide more things. It would be the first time in history, according to the information we have available, that any F-35 is targeted with a confirmation now, not only from the country that attacked it, but also from the country that was attacked. The incident
flying over Libya when they didn't have no air defense systems, picking on Syria, picking on poor African nations, bullying Venezuelan, threatening Cuba. You feel what I'm saying? I've been telling you that, bro, but I knew it. When Russia just humiliated NATO and beating them down so bad in Ukraine and showing people what a real war looked like, a real war, the U.S. military, Trump sitting on the sideline, wishing he could play general. He want to go sit before like Putin with a military fatigues on and talk to his generals, but they're winning. They're talking victory. They took land. They seasoned trillions. You feel me? But they're losing. They done lost hundreds of thousands. I said that. You want to beat Putin, you're going to have to lose hundreds of thousands of troops. You can't beat Putin and you scared to lose some troops now. They thought they just was going to step on Iran, beat their chest. He should have just snatch Maduro and then called it a day and then talk shit for the rest of eternity. But he felt himself. Yeah, Iran was a big fucking mistake. I told y'all, it's nobody in NATO can defeat Iran. Like, what the fuck is U.S. thinking about? Iran is not no bullshit country, bro. I just tell you, they just lost to the Taliban. Guerrilla fighters. And I warned you, Iran is guerrilla fighters with advanced weapons.
Also, they're claiming that both the U.S. and Israel are flying F-35s in the conflict. The aircraft costs upwards of $100 million. And here they're mentioning 3 F-15s, excuse me, I said F-18s. F-15 fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defense systems, according to them.
Now we know that's a lie.
And again,
Iran shot them down too, but we didn't get that on video. You see, they can't do that. I guess did Kuwait shoot these down too? Huh? With this friendly fire? Was this US? Was this blue on blue in the air? Hell no, man. Stop. This is war. They're getting humiliated.
The targeting of the KC-135 Stratotanker refueling aircraft in Iraq, that was targeted by the Iraqi resistance, who is backed by, of course, Iran. Well, what do we understand from this? And are we looking at a new phase in the war now with an Iranian capability to target American fighter jets moving on? And will that limit the operation of the United States and Israel? These are very important questions. The thing that we can conclude from this attack is, first and foremost, the fact that it's a historic attack, a first-time type of attack. The F-35 is no longer this untouchable stealth fighter jet. All of that vision, all of that portraying of it being untouchable has now completely crashed. And who targeted it? Iran targeted it. So the first thing, the historic event. 2, the fact that we're talking about an Iranian system that is part of the unified air defenses. 3, the Iranian army is far from being destroyed. What is Pete Hegseth talking about? What are the American and Israeli officials talking about even? They can take down an F-35. 4, how it would damage the continuation of the operation with this level of vulnerability, and would it create a deterrence? Will the United States and Israel have to adapt to this? This is something that needs to be taken into consideration, because that has the potential to deter certain actions coming from the United States and Israel, because if the F-35 was hit, that means anything else can be hit, because it's considered to be one of the most, if not the most, advanced 5th generation stealth fighter jets in the possession of the Israeli and American terror regime forces. 5th, and that's the most important part, how did Iran actually do it? What did they do to take it down? With their own system. We know that Iran has advanced air defense systems, one of them being the WW3. And some reports say it's almost on par with the S-400, but it has its unique capabilities. So we're talking about a very advanced Iranian capability here, and very brave implementation of these mechanisms and of that level of knowledge.
Man, we need our money.
Then
back,
how there is a
work.
process in every war of learning. With every battlefield, every war is being studied by everyone, by the participating countries, by countries that are...
Revolutionary salute to our brother Andre Tony for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldiers.
Observing the conflict, they're studying the strengths and the weaknesses. And the fact that Iran targeted an F-35 now, because some people say, well, why did you target it before? Is clearly coming as a result of monitoring the behaviors and patterns of these fighter jets, so that they can come up with the adequate response for them, whether when it comes to the monitoring, the striking time, the missiles, where they launch the missiles from, what type of missile do they need to launch, the altitude, at one point, which part to attack, how to counter the fact that it's supposedly a stealth fighter jet. So all of these things need to be taken into consideration. But what's for sure is what's after this attack is not going to be like what was before it, because this attack does have the potential to indeed change the future pattern of warfare between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other side. Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts.
It has finally happened. The unthinkable, the thing that Washington insiders whispered about behind closed doors, but never dared say out loud, has now exploded into the open. A full-blown mutiny is brewing within the highest echelons of the American military, and it is aimed directly at Donald Trump. We are witnessing an unprecedented rift between the White House and the Pentagon, as senior Army generals are outright refusing to follow orders.
Top counterterrorism official Joe Kent announced he is resigning as a director of the National Counterterrorism Center in a post.
His resignation letter read, "Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it's clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel."
Kent resigned on Tuesday. When he resigned, he said he disagreed with the administration's handling of the war.
This isn't a disagreement over policy or a memo of concern. This is a direct challenge to the commander-in-chief's authority in the middle of a catastrophic war. The breaking point? Trump's reckless, ill-conceived drive to plunge America into a ground war with Iran.
And they tried to release another Netanyahu video. That's AI. Russians already broke that down. That's AI with him talking about Trump in this war right now. He's coming out to the podium. All AI. He's definitely gone. But we'll get to that another day.
After weeks of airstrikes that have done little but inflame the region, the president wanted to double down. He wanted troops on the ground. He wanted to seize Iranian islands in the Persian Gulf. And according to sources inside the Department of War, the generals looked him in the eye and said no. We are getting reports of a near-total breakdown of the chain of command. It's not just about ground troops refusing to deploy. It's even worse at sea. Commanders of American warships are refusing to sail their vessels into the Strait of Hormuz or anywhere near the Iranian.
They definitely got assassinating Putin Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un on their mind. Those are the three world leaders that's keeping us free. If they could get those militaries to try to overthrow those leaders, I'm serious business, they would have the world in their hands. People do not realize that somebody like North Korea is keeping the world free. They would think the opposite. That's not true. Kim Jong-un is keeping the fucking world free. Xi Jinping, Peter, a communist nigga, he keeping the world free. Putin, they told you a dictator, he's keeping the world free. If those three people fall, the world is finished. That's a fact.
Coastline. And why?
But it ain't gonna happen.
Because they are terrified. They have seen the intelligence. They know that the Iranian military has developed underwater drone technology that is essentially invisible, silent, and absolutely lethal. The Pentagon brass has looked at what happened to the radar systems, completely destroyed by Iranian strikes, and realized that their multi-billion-dollar ships are sitting ducks. They are not willing to sacrifice American lives and the entire Pacific Fleet for a war that serves no American interest. This is the level of fear and respect that Iran's asymmetrical warfare has instilled in the most powerful military on earth. These generals warned Trump before he launched this folly. They sat in the situation room.
I've been reading about this film. They've been waiting to fight the asymmetrical warfare because they couldn't go tank for tank, plane for plane, battleship for battleship. So they have to fight in the asymmetrical warfare, and the U.S. is not ready for that. They've been humiliated in asymmetrical warfare. That's a fact. They think we the most powerful. Yeah, with the Romans, they lost wars. That bullshit. Genghis Khan, all these powerful militaries lost wars over the arrogance, the hubris, not want to listen to certain generals. The general warned him that U.S. military was not ready to do. See, what the U.S. military can do is kill everybody. They good at. They can kill a lot of people. I mean, but if this was the days of Genghis Khan, the U.S. military would be a bad motherfucker when you can kill everybody, but you can't do that no more. You can't do that no more. They can't win wars.
And told him flat out that bombing Iran would not be a quick, clean victory. They told him there is no such thing as a surgical strike against a nation with this much depth and this much strategic patience. They told him that Iran's military does not fight by the old rules. They fight with proxies, with drones, with sea mines, and with a population that, while critical of their own government, will unite against an invader. Trump ignored them.
Every population.
He listened to the sirens singing from Tel Aviv, and now he is facing the consequences of his own hubris. The protests outside Mar-a-Lago are growing louder by the day. What was once a fortress of wealth and power is now a flashpoint for public fury. American citizens, many with children and grandchildren in the military, are gathering in the Florida heat, holding signs that call this what it is: a war for Israel, not for America. They are screaming at the gates, demanding to know why their sons and daughters are being turned into cannon fodder to secure Benjamin Netanyahu's regional dominance. And inside, Trump is reportedly fuming, delusional, still repeating the fantasy that Iran is about to call and surrender unconditionally. That surrender, of course, is a mirage. It was always a mirage. It's vanishing in the heat of Iranian missiles and the smoke rising from U.S. bases across the Middle East. If you are just now joining us, I need you to do something for me. I need you to hit that like button and share this video right now. We are bringing you the truth that the corporate media is too scared to print. They are still pushing the narrative of a strong America, but what we are seeing is a crumbling administration and a military in open revolt. Drop a comment, even if it's just a dot, to tell the algorithm that you want real news. And if you haven't already, subscribe and turn on that notification bell. We are the only ones holding the line for honest journalism, and we need you with us. Now, let's peel back the layers of this rotten onion, because the stench coming from Washington is the smell of treason and corruption. To understand why the army generals are running away from a direct assault on Iran, you have to understand the genius of the Iranian defensive doctrine. This isn't Iraq in 2003. This isn't a conventional army that lines up on a desert and waits to be destroyed by air power. The Iranian military has spent decades preparing for exactly this scenario. They have built a layered, smart, and devastatingly effective network of coastal defense missiles, fast attack boats, and crucially, the unmanned underwater vehicles I mentioned.
The reason the U.S. not ready for this war is because even when you look at the Russian war, you can't even have people grouped in bunches like 10. No, the Russians is 2 here, 2 there, 3 there, 3 over. They spread out. That's the Ukrainians too. Because if you bunch up anywhere, they're going to kill you. So that's what people are laughing at. Like, okay, U.S., if you wanted to move, you're going to need 500,000 troops. How would you move them to the Iranian border? Are you going to do it? You have to do it 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3. Anything else getting wiped out. And they haven't even prepared for this. Are they ready? You got to be guerrilla fighters to be in groups of 2 and 3 in those conditions. They're not prepared for that.
Earlier, the Pentagon knows that sending a surface fleet into the narrow confines of the Strait of Hormuz is suicide. These new Iranian sea drones are almost impossible to detect. They can swim alongside a destroyer and detonate at will. The radar systems that were destroyed in the opening days of this war weren't just old hardware. They were the eyes of the fleet. Blinding those eyes was a calculated move by Tehran. They are daring the U.S. Navy to come closer, to sail into the killing zone. But the refusal to engage goes beyond just tactical fear. It is rooted in a deep strategic and moral objection to the entire premise of the war. These generals, many of whom served in Iraq and Afghanistan, know a forever war when they see one. They know that occupying Iranian territory, or trying to seize their islands like Abu Musa or the Greater and Lesser Tums, would be a quagmire that makes Vietnam look like a skirmish. The Iranians have a saying, "You have the watches, but we have the time." They will bleed the American occupation dry, day by day, dollar by dollar, body by body. The generals read the intelligence that says the Iranian people are resilient. They saw how
to tell the truth, Iran is the reason we lost the Iraq war. The Iranians is the reason. Because the Iranians came in and helped the Shiites in guerrilla campaigns to kick out the invaders. And you want to know what? That's when the U.S. started training Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda came into Iraq. Then ISIS, the U.S. did that shit. Because Iran came in and helped the Shiites. That is a major fact. And when I look at this, the more and more I look at this whole thing, this has been a war on Shiites. I mean, what they're doing in Palestine is just because they want that land. But when they talk about a war on Islam and Muslims, boy, they ain't been warring with no Islam and no Muslims. They've been warring on Iran and the Shiites and hitting them people all over the place. That's who they've been trying to destroy. And that's why Iran is doing the Arabs like that, the Sunnis, those Arab puppets, because they thought they were smart. They thought they were going to sit back and watch all the Shiites destroyed and killed, even their spiritual leaders. You feel me? And then sit there and say, oh, the U.S. is waging a war on Islam when they're not fighting the U.S. Iran done pull the plug on all of that bullshit. That's over with, bro. And right now, they're ready. If Turkey don't, they better make up their mind, because Iran ready to destroy the Ottomans too. Iran going to be the leader of the Islamic world after this over with.
Quickly, the new supreme leader consolidated power after the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei. Instead of collapsing, the regime hardened. They warned Trump that if you kill the leader, you don't kill the revolution. You give it a martyr and a reason to fight harder. And who was the loudest voice pushing for this carnage? Who was whispering in Trump's ear that the Iranian people would greet American troops with flowers and sweets? It was the same cabal that has been pushing for this war for 20 years. The Israeli lobby, specifically AIPAC, and the government of Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's be brutally honest here. This is not America's war. This is a subcontracted war for Israel.
Hi, I am Yahya Mansour from Gaza City. The situation in Gaza today is not just hunger.
There is an overwhelming amount of evidence now that the strategic objectives of this conflict are being dictated not from the White House Situation Room, but from Netanyahu's office in occupied Jerusalem. The goal was never to neutralize a threat to the United States, because Iran posed none. The goal was to destroy Iran's ability to act as a counterweight to Israeli power in the region. The goal was to drag America into a war of chaos that keeps the Middle East fragmented, weak, and unable to challenge Israeli expansionism. And the American political system, soaked in AIPAC money, went along with it. The extent to which the Trump administration has been compromised on this issue is now coming to light in the most dramatic fashion possible, and it centers on a man named Joe Kent. Joe Kent is not a faceless bureaucrat. He is a patriot, a man who served his country in uniform. He spent decades in the military, in the treacherous mountains of Afghanistan and the dangerous streets of Iraq. He bled for his country. After his military service, he continued to serve his nation as a senior counterterrorism official. He was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. He was inside the room. He was the one reading the raw intelligence. And Joe Kent looked at the evidence and saw that there was absolutely zero. Let me repeat.
Now, they trying to charge that man with leaking classified information. That's crazy. They doing that to Israel to shut him up because he went on that Tucker Carlson interview and gave the whole game up. He said he meant what he said. Trump has been manipulated, and there's nothing, zero, zilch that he has seen. He can't say what he saw, but there ain't nothing he done saw that Iran was no threat to America. Israel trapped Trump into this bullshit. And Trump can be impeached, tried, and convicted for that.
Zero credible intelligence suggesting Iran was planning an imminent attack on the United States.
Why would
he saw the intelligence being twisted.
See, that they want y'all
he
to
saw the assessments being.
Why the fuck would Iran want to attack the U.S.? Iran ain't thinking about. They only worried about surviving and helping their. They think about family. It's us who steady fucking with them people, bro. Steady fucking with them people, man. And when that we done fucked up and that them people not on our ass and they on our ass and they don't want no ceasefire. They said they're gonna make sure the U.S. will never be able to do this again. Israel will never be able to do this to them again and won't think about doing it. You see, we ain't fuck with Vietnam again, right? They're gonna make sure we get that Vietnam experience, enough murder, enough bloodshed, enough tears to where you will never come back fucking with them again.
Being cooked to fit a political narrative demanded by Israel. So, Joe Kent did something that should shake this nation to its core. He resigned. He walked away from power, from prestige, from a paycheck, because he could not in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. In his resignation letter, he didn't mince words. He said, and I quote, "It is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby."
Now,
let that.
They're going to call him to Congress, and once he repeat that under oath, remember, Marco Rubio already said that and then tried to change his statement. He said that on TV. That the U.S. had to do this because Israel was pressuring them and they was going to attack. Oh, what? You're waging war behind another country? That's a serious offense, bro. That is a serious offense. People can go to prison behind that.
Let that sink in. The top counterterrorism official in the United States is telling you that we are at war because of foreign pressure. He went on to say that a misinformation campaign orchestrated by high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media was used to deceive the president into believing Iran posed an imminent threat. It was a lie to draw us into a disastrous war, just like the lies that drew us into Iraq in 2003. Joe Kent recently sat down for an interview with Tucker Carlson, and it is a must-watch for every American who pays taxes. He laid out the argument against this war with the clarity of a man who has nothing left to lose and everything to tell. He explained that in the lead-up to this war, robust debate was stifled. Key decision-makers, people like him, were literally not allowed into the room to brief the president. The sanity check that the intelligence community is supposed to provide was completely blocked. He pointed out the insane logic being used by war hawks like Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who argued that Iran was a threat because Israel was about to attack them, and therefore Iran might retaliate. That circular logic means that Israel can create a threat whenever they want, simply by preparing to attack, and the U.S. is duty-bound to jump in. Kent exposed this for what it is, a complete abdication of American sovereignty. He confirmed that the only imminent threat was the one coming from Israel, not from Iran. He spoke of how the late Ayatollah Khamenei was actually moderating Iran's nuclear program, acting as a brake on proliferation. By assassinating him, the U.S. and Israel guaranteed that Iran will now, more than ever, seek the ultimate deterrent. This brings us to the wave of resignations that is hitting the administration. It's not just Joe Kent. The exits are starting to pile up as people realize they are attached to a sinking ship steered by a captain taking orders from a foreign shore. They see that the America First promise has been completely hollowed out. Trump ran on a platform of ending the endless wars. He mocked his predecessors for getting stuck in the Middle East quicksand. He said the U.S. should not be the world's policeman. But what happened along the line? He got into office and suddenly the pressure became unbearable. He was surrounded by people like Jared Kushner, who, according to allegations in the recently unsealed Epstein documents, may have been influenced by forces far beyond the realm of normal diplomacy. We have to talk about the elephant in the room, the Epstein files. Recent releases have included explosive allegations from a credible intelligence source that Donald Trump himself may have been compromised by Israel. The documents allege that Jeffrey Epstein was not just a pedophile, he was an intelligence asset linked to Mossad. The file suggests that Trump was compromised and that Jared Kushner was essentially running a shadow government, heavily influenced by Israeli intelligence priorities. While these are allegations, they fit perfectly into the pattern of behavior we are witnessing. Why else would a president flip so completely on his core promise? Why else would he ignore the unanimous advice of his military generals? Why else would he attack a country that, by every official intelligence estimate, was not an imminent threat? The Mossad is famous for using compromat, for finding leverage. If they had something on Trump, whether related to financial dealings with Russian oligarchs or the Epstein swamp, it would explain why the U.S. Middle East policy is now simply a photocopy of Netanyahu's Likud party platform. So, as we close this update, look at the picture forming. A president isolated and possibly compromised. A military leadership refusing to sacrifice itself for a foreign agenda. A Pentagon in chaos. A patriot like Joe Kent raising the alarm about the Israeli stranglehold on our foreign policy. And an enemy that is not only unbowed, but is hitting back harder than anyone predicted. The unthinkable has indeed happened. The generals have turned. The mutiny is real. And the empire, drunk on its own arrogance, is realizing that it picked a fight it cannot win. Keep watching. Keep fighting. And remember,
That's the backbone of its
נפילות אחי, נפילות של החיים בנבטים. נפילות בנבטים אחי. נפילות, וואו, 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 וואו. וואו! הכל נופל לנבטים, אני אומר לך. נפילות אחי, נפילות של החיים בנבטים. נפילות בנבטים אחי. נפילות קשות בנבטים.
Last night, the skies over southern Israel turned into a battlefield. On March 18, Iran launched wave after wave of ballistic missiles. And this time, the target wasn't random. It was Nevatim Air Base, Israel's most advanced and strategically critical military installation in the Negev desert. This is the base that houses Israel's F-35 stealth fighter jets, the backbone of its long-range strike capability. And according to multiple circulating videos, the attack looked intense. Trails of missiles lighting up the night sky, explosions reported near the base, claims that cluster warhead missiles were used, weapons designed to break apart mid-air and scatter multiple explosives, making them much harder to intercept. But here's where it gets complicated. Israel says its air defense systems intercepted a large number of incoming missiles. Iran, on the other hand, is claiming direct hits on Nevatim, calling it a successful strike on a high-value military target. So who's right? Right now, no full confirmation. Independent verification, including satellite imagery, is still coming in. Nevatim isn't just another base. It's a key hub for Israel's deepest strike missions, including operations far beyond its borders. If it's been seriously damaged, even temporarily, that could impact Israel's operational reach. Meanwhile, the bigger picture is getting even more intense. Missile impacts reported near Tel Aviv, civilian areas hit, casualties rising, regional escalation spreading toward Lebanon and Gulf energy sites, and both sides are doubling down. Iran is calling this revenge for recent high-level assassinations. Israel is continuing deep strikes inside Iran. So now the real question is, was this just a show of force or the start of a new phase where critical military infrastructure becomes the main target? Earlier strikes on Israel's Ben Gurion airport have also resulted in the damage to 3 private aircrafts, according to the recent reports. This war may have just entered a much more dangerous stage. Explosions in the sky, debris raining down, and now damage inside Israel's main international airport. This is how Iran's latest missile strikes are changing the battlefield. At Ben Gurion Airport, 3 private planes have been damaged after Iranian missile attacks, not by direct hits, but by falling debris from intercepted strikes. No casualties were reported, but the implications are serious. According to Israeli authorities, the damage happened over multiple days during repeated missile barrages. Iran launched waves of ballistic missiles towards central Israel, some equipped with cluster munitions designed to break apart mid-air and scattered dozens of explosive bomblets across wide areas. Even when intercepted, these weapons can still cause destruction as fragments and unexploded submunitions fall back to the ground. That's exactly what happened near Ben Gurion Airport. Debris and cluster fragments struck areas around the airport, damaging 3 parked private aircraft on the tarmac. Nearby locations, including residential zones and infrastructure, also reported multiple impact points, small craters, and scattered damage. This isn't just about damaged planes. Ben Gurion Airport is Israel's main civilian gateway and also a strategic hub during wartime. Flights are already disrupted, airspace is restricted, and runways must be constantly cleared of debris after interceptions. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps has openly claimed responsibility for targeting the airport and surrounding areas, signaling a shift toward hitting high-visibility civilian infrastructure. Cluster munitions, in particular, are raising global concern due to their wide-area impact and long-term impact from unexploded bomblets. While Israel continues strikes inside Iran, Iran's response is becoming broader, more intense, and harder to fully intercept. Even successful defenses are no longer preventing damage on the ground. For now, the airport remains operational, but increasingly under pressure, and as missiles keep coming, the line between military and civilian targets is becoming dangerously blurred.
Subscribe to One India and
Well, 4 minutes ago, we have breaking news. U.S. CENTCOM confirmed a 5th generation F-35 was carrying out a combat mission over Iran, and it was damaged in the air. So we don't really know.
Shot down.
You think it was shot down?
Yeah. Yeah. Again, the U.S. has been lying to the public, pretending that we're flying, our aircraft can fly. We've got air supremacy. We can fly everywhere, do whatever we want. No, we don't. Oh, we're doing standoff. We stay outside of Iran, fire inside, and now looks like if the pilot survives, Iran will have its first American POW, and he will be paraded on television. Yeah. And Donald Trump is going to have one more piece of bad news. Oh, not the Israelis. They're peace-loving people. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it.
All right.
And we're recording. Okay. Welcome back to Legitimate Targets, everybody. I've got Larry Johnson back on the show, as you can see. Always honored to be joined by Larry. I don't even know where to begin. We have attacks on our mutual friends, Steve Sweeney and Ali Rita, RT journalists today. We've got the attacks on let's start on the attacks on the Iranian gas fields in the south of the country, and reciprocal attacks that they didn't launch against Saudi and primarily Qatar, the LNG there. Why should we believe what Trump is saying? He tweeted out today that the U.S. had nothing to do with this. It was all Israel. When just after the attack took place, Axios literally said insider sources claimed the U.S. Coordinated the attack. And we know this is part of the plan. In an effort to try and make the U.S. suffer less in this war, they are going to try to offload the blame on Israel.
Yeah, no, it was United States knew. There was it used to be located at Al Udeid. It's not located there now, but it was called the CAOC, the Combined Air Operations Center. So there's one of those that may be operating out of Israel. Maybe it's operating out of Jordan right now. But what that means is every air mission, any plane that takes off is coordinated through that center. And U.S., that's why in that center, you've got U.S., you've got Brits, you've got Israelis, you've got any other coalition partner that's participating in this operation, even peripherally, is sitting in there. So they absolutely knew. Absolutely. Was Donald Trump personally briefed on it? Not necessarily, but the U.S. military chain of command knew about it. So, yeah, this is just a lie.
And I'd imagine that these sort of attacks are only going to increase. We obviously see the news that 2,500 plus Marines in this expeditionary unit might not be enough. They're talking about thousands of Marines. What do you think is the goal? We're hearing about the Iranian coastline. We're hearing about Karg Island. But that presumes that these preparatory strikes through the Strait of Hormuz are working, and they'll actually be able to get some sort of a transportation through the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, yeah, the first question, if they're going after Karg Island, how are they going to get there? Because if they're on a ship trying to sail up through the Strait of Hormuz, they're going to get blown out of the water. So that's not a possibility. I guess you could start a massive airlift into Prince Sultan Air Base and then drive them over to the coast and put them on boats and then have those boats go to Karg Island. Except Iran's already blown the hell out of Prince Sultan Air Base. They destroyed 5 KC-135 tankers. I know for a fact that the Air Force personnel, any other military personnel on that base, there are no bunkers. They're living in tents above ground. So let's say you assemble 50,000, 100,000 Marines, that'd almost be the entirety of the Marine Corps right there, to attack Karg Island or to assault Iran from an amphibious landing. They'd get destroyed before they could even be deployed. With ISR being what it is, with rockets, with missiles, with drones. So this is a fool's errand. This is dreamed up, I think, by some video junkie. They played Doom or some war game on the video platform and say, well, this is easy to do. Let's just do this, without understanding the logistics involved, without understanding the number of military personnel. This is the problem with the United States. It's living in the past. If you go back 20 years ago, in 2003, and actually make it 21 years ago to 2002. We spent most of 2002 building up a 165,000 man force in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia in preparation for the invasion of Iraq. And it wasn't a matter of just saying, like the fire department, the bell goes off, everybody hops out of bed, puts on their uniforms, slides down the pole, and they're off. No. That's the only ones that do that are the Special Operations Forces, Delta, SEAL Team 6, but they're, there's not a lot of them. So for conventional military, you got to, hey guys, pack your bags, grab your weapons, and meet you at the truck next week. And then how are you going to get there? Or you're going to put them on a ship, or you're going to put them in a plane, So that's what we used to do. And as we've seen in the war in Ukraine, this FPV drones completely change how many guys you can get together in one group. You don't see really anymore the Russians or Ukrainians congregating outside in groups of 10 or 20. No. 2, 3, and even there they're running for their lives. So this is just absurd nonsense. But it's a sign of the desperation of the growing desperation in the Trump administration. This thing's gone south on
most standing groups in warfare.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of lessons that have not been learned from Ukraine. And I guess the next one that they might learn is the lesson of amphibious landings.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes. But, one thing I've just, I don't know how this stuff works. I don't know the logistics of it, but it seems like Iran has very strong precision capabilities, even when hitting these bases that are pretty far away. Maybe a little less so in Jordan, but definitely in Saudi, it's quite. Why is there not, from what we've seen in the satellite images, there haven't been any attacks that I've seen on the runways of these air bases? Is there a reason for that? Like why they can't just launch a shot into an air base, into a runway?
Yeah, actually they have. Can we pause for just a second?
Yes.
My dogs are going crazy. I've got someone at the door. Hey. Come here. Hey, get inside. Come on. Let's go. Inside. Come on. Lay out. Let's go. Inside. Come here. Here. Come on. Come here. Here. Sit. Hey, what?
That's how my parents' dogs are too.
Sorry about that.
My parents' dogs are the same. They have 2.
Yeah,
Anytime someone moves in a window, they just start going crazy.
I got 2 Rottweilers.
Oh, there you go.
They're throaty and big. Yeah. The one is just, she's staying outside. She's not going to, it's the pool guy coming to clean the pool.
Oh, okay.
So
I'll let you answer. I think I got the question through.
What was the answer? What was the question again?
The question was about why don't they just hit the
the trucks. Well, actually they have. That's how those planes got destroyed at the Prince Sultan Air Base, 5 of those. So they are, they haven't. It's difficult to take out a runway. Mm-hmm. You hit it with an explosive, it creates a crater, but then they come out and repair it pretty quick. So it's not. Short of hitting it with, say, a nuclear weapon or something that would really create a massive crater, but even then, they've developed, they've got pretty good at repairing those. Now, you can create enough debris on an airstrip that would make it difficult for the F-35 to operate, because F-35, my understanding, it's sort of what they call a hangar queen, a diva. They've got to have a pristine airstrip, no dirt, no pebbles, nothing.
I see. I didn't know about that, but I was just thinking, I'm like, that seems like an easy thing to probably hit, but I guess it makes sense. You can build it so fast, you can go and fix it. When we look at the possibility, going back to the potential of some sort of amphibious landing, trying to seize a part of Iran or the island, Do you think that this is just an effort to, I mean, like a sacrificial move where they know that these troops are either going to get clipped moving up through the strait or once they're there, and that will then be able to be used to justify the deployment of further troops?
Well, I think it's worse than that. I think they actually believe that this is a viable military option, and it's not. So what we're left to hope on or rely on is that the commander, if not the commandant of the Marine Corps, that someone down the chain of command has enough balls to stand up and say, no, we're not doing this. This is a suicide mission, and this war is illegal to start with. We're not going to engage in illegal conduct here. Otherwise, look, I was involved, was it 16, 18 years ago? So I used to script exercises for the Joint Special Operations Command. And my job was to replicate the flow of messages from State Department to embassies and back and forth, and things that the military would see, just to get them familiar with that. And one of the ones we worked on was going after what was called an HDBT, Hotel Delta Bravo Tango, hardened, deeply buried target in Iran, that was a code, not a code word, but that was a euphemism for going after a nuclear storage facility in Iran. And you can create a lot of built-in assumptions that, we could actually get there. Well, that's questionable. But at the end, when it was all, when we completed the exercise, they didn't actually go out. I can't remember if it was an actual field exercise or what they call a tabletop communications exercise. But the point of it was, when it was done, the lesson learned was, don't do it. This is like a bridge too far. Is it possible to insert troops? I think it's possible to insert troops. The problem is always getting in is easy. Getting out, that's a whole horse of a different color. And so particularly if you're carrying radioactive fuel. So this is one that and if anybody's going to do that, it's not going to be the Marines. It's not going to be the 82nd Airborne. This would be a special operations mission.
Mm-hmm.
And I was involved also with nuclear exercises. I held what was called a Q clearance. You had to have, there are certain clearances you hold in order to have access to information on nuclear weapons, etc. And in that one exercise, I role played the Secretary of Energy, who at the time was Bill Richardson, the former governor of New Mexico, and also on the Epstein client list. He was a frequent visitor to Epstein Island, and he was known for his let's call it his lascivious behavior. But anyway, I was this. We were dealing with a improvised nuclear weapon, and just watching the fight that unfolded between the FBI and Delta Force, because they had two different ways for handling how do you deactivate such a device. Military has one way, the FBI, law enforcement has another. So I'm going into, there are a lot of complexities in something like this that at least the special operations forces have trained for, but it's no guarantee that they might be able to get in, but they won't get out. And so why sacrifice your most elite combat soldiers?
Yeah, that seems to be the take I'm getting. I asked Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar the same question, similar question last night, and he's said the same thing. Getting in is easy. In this case, maybe not so easy even, but getting out is the hard part.
Yeah, always.
Well, one thing I've been very surprised by, is the situation in Iran itself. Have you been surprised by the fact that we haven't seen a lot of this, at least yet. You know, anything could happen, but a lot of these internal Mossad networks and organizations in the 12-day war, I mean, it was every day and it was really bad, these internal drone attacks and bombings, but we've seen none of that.
Yeah, no, because this is, where did you live in 2001? I mean, you were, what are you, 10 years old?
One.
Okay. So what happened back then is, if you, on September 10th, the country was intensely divided. Republican versus Democrat. The Democrats believed that George W. Bush had stolen the election and were still pissed off about it. September 11th hits. September 12th, the Republican Democrat thing disappeared, at least for a while. We were Americans. We had been attacked. And it was the same like emotional reaction that happened in the United States after December 7th, 1941. That same phenomenon is taking place right now in Iran. Even people who were critics of the government are supporting the government. So because this unprovoked attack, this illegal, this is a war of aggression. It's the same thing that Adolf Hitler did on September 1st, 1939. And the reaction of the people is such that the overwhelming majority are backing the government. Now, are there still a few that oppose it? Sure. You know, that's why there's always an outlier, but the vast majority of Iranians now, particularly people like your age and in their 30s and even in their 40s, you know, Iran up until this attack or the attack last June has never had an event where they felt so keenly that this outside power is trying to destroy them. You got to go back to 1980 when Iraq attacked Iran with the encouragement of the United States. I mean, the war started September 1980. And what was going on then? Oh, yeah, the hostage crisis. Americans held hostage in Iran. So the Carter administration believed this would help put pressure on the Iranians, so that they encouraged Saddam. Oh, they knew Saddam was going to do it, so said, "Hey, buddy, go ahead. We got your back." And then when Ronald Reagan came in, they decided to up the pressure on the Iranians because of Iran's support for the Palestinians against Israel, and so the United States began providing chemical weapons. So that generation that lived. So just think, if you were 10 years old at the start of 1980, 46 years old, you're 56. So that means really people who are 50 or younger, they have no real memory of that, which, you know, someone as old as me seems sort of strange because, you know, I remember it. But now they've got this event. This February 28th attack is the defining event in their lives. It's something that they will remember. They'll know where they were and what they were doing when this happened. I mean, I was 8 years old when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, but I remember that. I mean, that's a vivid memory. I was in third grade, and I remember my teacher coming back into the room crying. And then school, we were let out of school for the next few days, and it was the television coverage. You know, back then you only had like three television stations, no social media at all, but it was round the clock coverage of John F. Kennedy's and his body moving. So that, you know, so you can think people as young as 8, 9, 10 right now, this has been the moment that has changed their lives. That's what's going on.
And speaking of Israel, you know, maybe some people are surprised that they're not seeing a whole lot of action.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent Brown Scott for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldier. Salute.
Action being taken onto Israel. I mean, we're getting some videos, we're getting some photos. A lot of these submunitions from these larger rockets that are causing chaos. There's obviously attacks taking place on military infrastructure, but we're not seeing it. Would you say that Iran's strategy right now is to make it absolutely unlivable for the Israelis, of course, but even more so, their strategy is to simply make sure that the U.S. forces do not have bases to come back to. They cannot operate there. And when this war ends, that won't even be a question.
No, it's a combined strategy. In contrast to the 12-day war last June. Last June, Iran didn't touch an American base at all until the very last day. With a deal was cut with the United States. The U.S. gets the bomb Fordo and Isfahan, and Iran gets to attack Al Udeid Air Force Base in Qatar, and then we called it quits. Okay, everybody back off. Not this time. Iran knew this was coming. It prepared for it, and when it happened, they immediately, within the hour, started retaliating, and they went after the radars. There are two different types of radars. One of them costs $500 million, $500 million. The other one costs over $1 billion. Now, these are very sophisticated radars that provided coverage of all movement on the sea and in the air. And they were tied into the air defense systems. So, in other words, to intercept an incoming missile, those radars were helping plot the azimuth, the height, the direction of travel, etc. Iran destroyed those within the first 3 days. And despite, I know that the U.S. military believed that it had adequate air defense to defend against it, didn't. Well, what the Iranians did were swarming attacks. They sent like 20 drones at once at one of these targets, and the U.S. would shoot out 18 of the drones. 2 got through, and boom, there goes $500 million or $1 billion up in smoke. And then the methodical destruction of Bahrain, the Fifth Fleet headquarters, that's taken place. Going after the CIA stations, they've attacked certain structures. You'll see them on the top of embassy roofs. Those structures house certain SIGINT capabilities. So they're really trying to make the United States blind. But then on top of it, they are hitting, they're hitting infrastructure, military infrastructure, economic infrastructure in Israel. But Israel's not allowing it to be seen. The censors have cracked down quite hard, preventing that. And let's reverse it. If Iran was not having any effect whatsoever on Israel, they'd have journalists in there all day long. Hey, look how bad those Iranians suck. They can't even hit us. Our air defense is so great. Here, we'll stand here. Let's watch it while we shoot it down. You're not seeing that. So you would. And Iran actually has sort of done that. They've allowed journalists, come in and see. They'll see what they're attacking, what they're blowing up. We've got nothing to hide. So
I know there's a big group of them headed there right now.
Yeah,
it's pretty incredible.
Yeah. So this is Israel's in trouble. That's the bottom line out of all this.
Well, 4 minutes ago, we have breaking news. U.S. CENTCOM confirmed 5th generation F-35 was carrying out a combat mission over Iran, and it was damaged in the air. So we don't really know.
Shot down.
You think it was shot down?
Yeah. Yeah. Again, the U.S. has been lying to the public, pretending that we're flying. Our aircraft can fly. We've got air supremacy. We can fly everywhere, do whatever we want. No, we don't. Oh, we're doing standoff. We stay outside of Iran, fire inside, and now looks like if the pilot survives, Iran will have its first American POW, and he will be paraded on television. Yeah. And Donald Trump is going to have one more piece of bad news.
Yeah. I mean, the whole power of the U.S. military, whether it's the Air Force, the what do they call it? The Blue Water Navy. We have the U.S. dollar. It's all just collapsed in a matter of less than 3 weeks. With that 35 now, I mean, it's incredible.
It is. The United States is like I'll call it, you take the star athlete that you knew in high school, okay? Very capable. And I saw this, when I went back for like my 40th high school reunion. Yeah. So the guys that were fit and the big studs when they were 18, all of a sudden they're fat, out of shape, got diabetes, but they still think that they're back, in their prime at 17. That's the problem with the United States. The United States is still imagining itself as this, oh boy, look how powerful we were at the end of World War II. Yeah, we were. We weren't as competent or as powerful as the Soviets, but we were pretty good. Well, we're no longer that. And in fact, if you're putting this in terms of sports analogies, and the United States has been the coach, we've had a losing record. Okay, we didn't win in Vietnam. And the small victories we've had have been against kids in wheelchairs. Okay, like I'm a professional fighter. I beat up this kid. He's in a wheelchair. I kicked his ass. You're going, hey, come on, grow up. Look at the damage you've done to these other countries. Afghanistan. Here's the United States fighting the Taliban basically for 20 years and losing. That's the only way to explain it. They lost. The Taliban threw out the government we backed. And the Taliban said, thank you for giving us such an ample supply of armaments. I think they're now better supplied than the Pakistani army in terms of modern military equipment. So, the real risk in this operation against Iran was exposing the limitations of U.S. military power. Mm-hmm. We got these great aircraft carriers. I mean, it was expensive, $16 billion a piece, except, $100,000 hypersonic missile can take them out. Yeah. Okay, well, and so that's why we got to keep them offshore. And we keep them offshore, then they can't actually perform the mission they're supposed to, which is bring air power close to shore so that the airplanes don't have to go find a refueler. And, they got another refueler shot down last week. Trump said, oh, no, that wasn't shot. They had an accident. No, they didn't. They didn't have an accident. They got shot by a surface-to-air missile. I talked with somebody who was, saw the video footage. Mm-hmm. The second plane behind saw the launch and took evasive action. It was still damaged, but it got out of there. But the guys in the first plane had no chance. Boom. And what's interesting is they're not treating them as combat. They don't list them among the dead, the combat dead. Oh, they died in an accident. Yeah, it's just shameful.
Well, Larry Johnson, I'm sure we're going to have lots more shameful things, unfortunately, to discuss in the weeks to come. So thank you so much for joining me today.
Plumes of smoke rose from the Basin oil refinery, the largest power plant in Haifa, north of Israel, after cluster munitions from Iranian missiles hit the complex on March 19 at 16:52 local time. Iranian strong retaliation came immediately after the Israeli regime recklessly bombed the South Pars gas field facilities belongs to Iran the day before, with Iran naming each target publicly during the day. The Basin Group refinery, is Israeli largest refinery and a very important energy asset, supplying a maximum refining capacity of approximately 197,000 barrels per day, producing approximately 60% of the diesel and 48% of the gasoline used for transportation in Israel. As a result, 3 sensitive locations in the Haifa region were hit by Iranian missiles, and large plumes of smoke rising from these facilities were visible in several citizen camera angles, amidst strict censorship. Now, the oil refinery has caught fire again after repairs from previous attacks. This represents a major escalation in the war. Power outages are widespread, and Basin shares have fallen 7% amid the losses. On that day, the moment of successive firing of powerful missiles in the 64th wave of Operation True Promise 4, as a continuation of attacks on the occupied territories, the Central Front in Haifa was targeted by missiles by the Revolutionary Guards since the morning. By 9 Khorramshahr multi-warhead ballistic missiles fired, initial reports indicate that 8 of them hit the target. Several news sources reported that an Iranian missile fell on Haifa, and the sound of an explosion was heard. In response, Trump urged Iran to stop the attacks, and blamed Israel for the attack on the South Pars oil facilities. Shortly after this admission, Iran attacked the Haifa oil refinery in the occupied territories, crippling the main power plant and petrochemical complex, Israeli largest supplier of fuel. Iranian missiles are also on their way, crippling American energy assets in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates, something Iran has repeatedly warned about. A direct hit has been confirmed, with a devastating missile impact reported in Riyadh, the Saudi capital, on the evening of March 19, as Iran warned it would use all available means to attack U.S. military sites and assets. Video showed at least 3 impacts, 1 large explosion, and flames at the target site, following the arrival of the missiles. It is unclear what the reported impacts were, but it could have been an ammunition depot or something related to fuel oil. The Saudi Ministry of Defense announced on Wednesday that it was responding to ballistic missiles over the capital, Riyadh, and Al-Kharj province, south of the capital. The warning was later lifted, but authorities urged residents to follow safety instructions and stay away from dangerous areas. Saudi Arabia said its air defenses successfully intercepted a ballistic missile on Wednesday, after a loud explosion echoed over the capital, Riyadh, as the Gulf campaign against Iran continues. Earlier in the day, the US and Israel had bombed South Pars natural gas field, which accounts for 75% of Iranian natural gas production, as the Gulf economy relies heavily on oil and gas exports. Iran called on those near oil facilities in the Gulf states to evacuate, declaring energy sites legitimate targets, after airstrikes targeted their gas and oil infrastructure. Simultaneously following the attack on Iran, the spokesman for the Iranian Armed Forces, Qatam al-Anbiya headquarters, asserted that U.S. energy sites linked to Israel will be burned to ashes, adding that fuel, energy, and gas infrastructure at the source of the aggression would be burned and reduced to ashes as soon as possible. Five facilities in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar will be targeted in the coming hours. These include the Samref refinery and Jubail petrochemical complex in Saudi Arabia, the Al Hosn gas field in the UAE, and the Ras Laffan refinery and Mesaid petrochemical complex and its parent company in Qatar, the command clarified. Apparently, this was a direct warning from Iran, following the joint Israel-US attack on the world's largest gas field belonging to Iran. The blind support of the Gulf states for Israel-US, it seems that it will be the economic downfall of these countries in the near future, if such policies continue, experts warned.
With each passing day, it becomes clear that the military operation against Iran does not go as the United States and Israel planned. Unfortunately for Donald Trump, everything that is happening indicates that the current occupant of the White House has eventually allowed the United States to plunge into an armed conflict that could last months, or even years. The fact that the United States is preparing for a prolonged war in the Middle East is also confirmed by numerous American sources. For example, on March 18, The Washington Post, citing a senior official in the Trump administration, stated that the Pentagon had asked the U.S. authorities to approve a request to Congress for an additional $200 billion to continue the war against Iran. It is worth noting that the Pentagon expects to spend this huge amount of money not only to strengthen the aerial bombardment of Iranian territory, but also to increase the production of critical weapons, the reserves of which have been pretty depleted during the 3 weeks of fighting in the Middle East. Furthermore, everything that happens indicates that the Pentagon is seriously considering the possibility of launching a ground invasion of Iran. It is worth noting that British journalists from the Reuters agency also confirmed this information. In particular, citing their own sources in the White House, British journalists said that the United States is preparing a scenario for the liberation of the Strait of Hormuz. However, it is reported that to carry out this operation, the United States will be forced to invade the southern coast of Iran, and even capture the Iranian island of Kark. In the Pentagon, they admitted that it would not be possible to liberate the Strait of Hormuz without a ground military operation in southern Iran. At the same time, it is worth noting that the Pentagon generals acknowledged that this operation carries very high risks for the United States, since Tehran can launch massive missile strikes not only on the island of Kark, but also on the southern coast of Iran. Furthermore, the Iranian army is also a great danger to American troops. Undoubtedly, the Iranians will try to dislodge the American soldiers from southern Iran. Against this backdrop, almost all American military experts and U.S. Army veterans expressed concern about the upcoming ground operation against Iran. According to them, a ground invasion of Iran would be a suicide mission that would completely destroy the American empire. They warned the Pentagon against even contemplating such a scenario, as it would inevitably lead to disaster for the United States. Military experts claim that the U.S. Army does not have enough soldiers to carry out such ground operations. At the same time, they note that even if the Pentagon decides on this adventure, U.S. Army units will be defeated in countless mountain ranges and valleys, which give the Iranian army a significant advantage. By the way, on March 18, one of the American journalists directly asked Trump whether he is afraid that a ground operation against Iran could become a second Vietnam for the United States. In response, the current occupant of the White House said that he is not afraid of anything. Meanwhile, over the past 24 hours, Iran has significantly increased the number of missile attacks not only on Israel, but also on the U.S. Arab allies. For example, in the Saudi capital of Riyadh, Iranian missiles and kamikaze drones attacked facilities related to the petrochemical industry, as well as 2 oil refineries, including the Samref refinery, in the port of Yanbu. It is noteworthy that a few hours before this missile attack on Saudi Arabia, Iran called on civilians to leave dangerous areas. As a result, casualties among the workers of these industrial facilities were avoided. Right after that, Iranian missiles and kamikaze drones rained down on another U.S. ally in the region, Qatar. In particular, the Qatari authorities confirmed that as a result of this Iranian missile attack, a significant part of the equipment at the world's largest liquefied natural gas plant at Ras Laffan was critically damaged. Notably, the Ras Laffan LNG plant provided 20% of global liquefied natural gas supplies. At the same time, Qatar has officially acknowledged that even if the fire at this plant is extinguished, there is no guarantee that LNG supplies to world markets will resume in the near future. As a result, LNG prices in Asian markets have already increased by 7%. At the same time, it is reported that LNG prices could rise by more than 12% over the next 24 hours. Against this backdrop, Iran once again called on the Arabs to expel the American military from their countries. According to Tehran, missile attacks on Arab countries will stop immediately, as soon as the authorities of these countries expel the Americans, and will not allow the U.S. forces to use the territory of the Gulf states for rocket and bomb attacks on Iran. Well, my friends, in my opinion, this is quite a fair proposal from Iran. Meanwhile, the situation of U.S. forces continues to deteriorate rapidly in the Middle East. After the attack of Iranian hypersonic missiles, USS Abraham Lincoln, which fled from the Iranian coastline, is still located off the coast of Oman, 1,100 kilometers away from the Islamic Republic. At the same time, it is reported that the runway of this aircraft carrier received serious damage. However, the U.S. Navy's problems did not end there. A few hours ago, it was reported that a large fire on the newest U.S. aircraft carrier, Gerald Ford, caused serious damage to the vessel. As a result, the U.S. Central Command ordered USS Gerald Ford to be immediately withdrawn from the Red Sea and sent to the NATO naval base in Ceuta Bay, on the Greek island of Crete, for further repairs. My friends, let me remind you that on March 12, a fire broke out in the aircraft carrier's laundry rooms. Through the ventilation pipes, the fire spread to other rooms of the aircraft carrier, as a result of which several sailors were injured. The fire was so strong that it could not be extinguished for more than 30 hours. At the same time, reports indicate that repairs to the USS Gerald Ford may take years. It is still unknown exactly what caused the fire on the newest American aircraft carrier. It is noteworthy that the versions of what happened sound completely different. Some claim that USS Gerald Ford was hit by a hypersonic missile fired by Yemen's Houthis, while others claim that it was a sabotage by some American sailors who disagree with the war against Iran. Whatever it may be, the damage and disabling of another American aircraft carrier is a huge win for Iran, as the withdrawal of carrier strike groups from the combat zone significantly changes the balance of power in the region.
Joining us now is Professor John Mearsheimer of the University of Chicago. Great friend of the show. We're honored to always to speak to him. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
My pleasure to be here.
So, Professor, we haven't been able to speak with you since the outbreak of the conflict. We have been reading quite a bit and looking at some realist scholars. First, we've seen this piece from Foreign Affairs. Let's put this up here on the screen. Curious for your reaction. He says, how America's war on Iran backfired and Tehran will now set the terms for peace. Your general reaction, not only to the war as where we are stand now, but how, if any way, that this actual conflict could come to a close.
Well, I think that starting this war was a colossal mistake. And it's hard to believe that President Trump did this. Not simply because he had promised that he would not start any more wars and certainly not get us into a forever war. But if you're going to go to war, this is the last war that you want to start. And the reason is that the Iranians hold most of the cards. If you think about where we are today, and you think more importantly about further marching up the escalation ladder, Iran can do enormous damage to the international economy. And there's nothing much we can do to prevent that. So we're in a precarious situation right now. And I would argue we don't have an exit ramp, but as we move forward, things only get worse.
We've been talking a lot this morning on the Israeli and U.S. attacks on the South Pars gas field in Iran, and then Iranian retaliation, both in Saudi and Kuwait and in Qatar. What do you make of the significance of these developments and this escalation?
I think it's hugely significant. And I think the fact that President Trump issued this post where he made it clear how angry he was at the Israelis for doing this is evidence of that. Look, President Trump is doing everything he can to keep oil prices under $100 a barrel. And that is not easy to do. And I would note that he has taken sanctions off Russian oil, and he has allowed Iran to sell its oil. It's very important to understand that Iran is selling its oil on world markets. Iran has been allowed to send oil through the Strait of Hormuz. And the reason that Trump is allowing this is because he wants all the oil he could possibly get in the world oil markets. And he's been quite successful, at least at keeping the price of a barrel down under slightly less than $100. Well, what happened yesterday when the Israelis hit this natural gas field in Iran, and then the Iranians retaliated first against Qatar, and now apparently they're attacking Saudi Arabian sites as well, is that the price of a barrel of oil is going up. I saw it was up around $115 this morning. This is disastrous for the United States and for the world economy. And if things continue to escalate, which is a real possibility, the economic situation will only get worse. Yeah. So what happened yesterday really mattered. And that, again, is why President Trump made it clear to the Israelis, don't ever do this again.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, Professor, what do you think the best and worst case scenarios are at this point? Start with the best.
The best case is that we work out some sort of negotiated settlement, but I don't see how you can do that. The fact is that to get Iran to stop the war, you have to make major concessions to the Iranians. And I find it hard to imagine the United States and Israel making the sort of concessions that are necessary to get Iran to stop. So I see the war going on. And the worst case scenario is that you continue to march up the escalation ladder, and the consequences for the international economy are devastating.
I told people this was going to happen way before this happened. They don't want to listen to cultfigga TV, man. They don't think we know what we're talking about. It only can get worse for the U.S. and
We're just talking about oil, but it's not only oil. 1/3 of the world's fertilizer comes through the Strait of Hormuz. And it's quite clear that what's happening is that without fertilizer, farmers all around the world, including in the United States, are beginning to have major problems planting and harvesting food. And what this means for the future is that the price of food is going to go up. So not only is the price of gas going to go up and the price of oil going to go up, but the price of food is going to go up. And this is going to create major league inflation, which is going to slow down growth and result in the deaths of many people all around the world. So the potential for disaster here is just not to be underestimated.
Yeah. Well, and to your point about the unlikelihood of a negotiated settlement, not only do you have the Iranians that are like, no, you haven't experienced enough pain yet, so we would demand significant concessions in order to come to the table at this point. And they don't seem interested in talking right now at all. You also have the Israelis that want this thing to keep going. I wanted to get your reaction specifically to the assassination of Ali Larijani. There's been a lot of speculation that the Israelis are effectively trying to make sure that any potential off-ramps are taken off the table, that anyone who could have been an interlocutor, could have been a negotiator is assassinated, so they are no longer available, that you have more hardliners who are in place within the Iranian government. I wonder if that's your assessment as well.
It certainly looks like that. I mean, anybody who is moderate inside of the Israeli government is taken out. But I
the
think
Iranian government.
The Iranian government is taken out. But I think it's quite clear that more generally, the Israelis have this theory that if they can decapitate the regime, that's a quick way to victory. And this is a fallacious strategy. It just doesn't work. So the idea that they can, kill Iranian leaders and that's going to bring the war to an end is not a smart idea. And again, I think you're right that what the Israelis are trying to do also is take out the moderates and see them replaced by more hardliners, making it more difficult to get a negotiated settlement. But I would argue, Crystal, that no matter who's in charge in Iran, it's hard to see how you get a deal. And the reason is that we would have to make major league concessions to the Iranians to put an end to this war. And that would involve things like ending sanctions or taking at least most of the sanctions off the table, maybe paying reparations, and also just working out a deal where Iran is guaranteed that it won't be attacked in another 6 months. You want to remember that there was a war in June where Israel and the United States attacked Iran, and here we are, not even a year later, and we're back at it. The Iranians want this to be the last attack by Israel and the United States, so we'd have to give them some sort of guarantees. I find it hard to imagine the United States and Israel doing that.
Right. Professor, what do you also make now of U.S. alliances? And so I've been talking ad nauseum here on the show about the punishment that we're giving to the Japanese, the South Korean, the Taiwanese economies, about the GCC nations, which are projected to contract 14, 15%. Qatar now, their literal lifeblood is natural gas. Who knows how long it will take to rebuild their own facilities, even if the war were to end today. And we magically gave them sanctions relief and somehow miraculously convinced them not to pursue a nuclear weapon, which I think they would probably want to do at this point. Let's say all of that happened. If everything ends today, what are the state and strategic logic of actual U.S. alliances, which are far more important to the U.S. than Israel after this war?
Well, we've done significant damages to our allies around the world. There's just no question about that. If you look at what's happening in Japan and in India and in South Korea, this is disastrous. And the same thing is true with regard to Europe. By the way, there have been all sorts of reports that instability is returning to Iraq, that the Iran war is spilling over into Iraq. We could go on and on. I mean, the negative consequences of this war are extensive. And the fact is, we're not going to get a negotiated settlement anytime soon. This war is going to go on. And the Iranians, of course, have a vested interest in keeping it going until the United States is willing to make the concessions that they demand.
Let's go ahead and put C4 up on the screen here. Israel has also used this as an opportunity to, it appears, annex additional territory in Lebanon, certainly to attack within Lebanon. Here they are, downing a complete apartment building in central Beirut. They, are just also warning residents, saying that they want to remove them permanently from portions of South Lebanon. Here's another image of the apartment building being destroyed and demolished in the middle of a major city here. So can you talk to us about some of Israel's larger goals and what they're up to, not only in Lebanon and West Bank, in Gaza, and what the project is?
Well, the Israelis, I think, have two goals in Lebanon, one which is to permanently defang Hezbollah. And then two, I think they want to control all of the territory in southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. Before this war started on February 28th, the conventional wisdom in the West was that Hezbollah had been defanged and was no longer a serious threat to Israel. Well, we've been watching Hezbollah lob missiles into northern Israel, lob rockets into northern Israel, and all the evidence is that Hezbollah is very much alive. I would also note to you that the Iranians are coordinating with Hezbollah, according to all the reports I've seen, and the Iranians are lobbing missiles into northern Israel, where Hezbollah is firing away. So in northern Israel, the Israeli citizenry is getting bombed quite regularly, which is disastrous for Israel. Furthermore, with regard to invading southern Lebanon and going up to the Litani River, if you look at the number of Hezbollah forces in that region, you look at the terrain, I think it's extremely unlikely that the Israelis are going to be successful. And again, I've been reading reports that the Israelis are losing lots of Merkava tanks, as you would expect, in their attempts to conquer more territory in southern Lebanon. So from an Israeli point of view, what's happening vis-a-vis Hezbollah in Lebanon is not good news. They are not doing well. So they're not doing well against Iran, and they're not doing well against Lebanon.
Then why? Why do they continue to do this? Netanyahu has bragged about becoming a, quote, global superpower. I believe he said that in Hebrew. Is that really just about fulfilling his ambition to destroy any potential regional threat, even at the cost of becoming a global pariah and co-opting the United States of America, which itself may abandon it sometime in the future? Why would they continue to expend this much blood and treasure if it's really not in their interest, or is it?
Well, I'd make 2 points. One is the Israelis are addicted to war. The Israelis believe in a very profound way in big stick diplomacy. They believe that they can pound countries into submission. They don't believe that you need political settlements to solve wars. They think that you can settle wars with the mailed fist. This is a foolish way of thinking, but it is the way they think. And that explains a lot of what's going on. The second thing is that it's quite clear that Prime Minister Netanyahu is in political trouble and legal trouble inside of Israel, and that his best strategy for surviving is a constant state of war. So many Israelis believe that as long as Prime Minister Netanyahu is in office, he's going to go to great lengths to keep the war machine in action, to keep fighting wars, because that's the best way he can achieve political survival. So I think it's those two factors together that account for what Israel is doing.
I wanted to get your reaction to some of the allegations of Joe Kent, who just resigned from the Trump administration over the Iran war. And in his telling, effectively, Israel came in and tricked, effectively, Trump into pursuing this path. He told Tucker Carlson yesterday, in clips, we're going to do a more fulsome review of this interview later in the show, but he told Tucker Carlson effectively they would bring in what appeared to be faulty intelligence to try to manipulate the president and his advisors, and that is ultimately the reason why Trump launched this war. What do you make of those allegations, and how does that match with the reporting and the thinking you've done about the way that Israel operates in the U.S.?
I have no doubt that Joe Kent is correct, that it was Israel and the Israel lobby that led us into this war. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, said as much immediately after the war started. They made it clear that it wasn't the United States that took the initiative in starting this war. It was Israel that took the initiative, and Israel, in effect, dragged us in. Furthermore, you want to remember that Lindsey Graham has admitted that he went to Israel and he coached Prime Minister Netanyahu on how to convince President Trump to go to war against Iran. You just want to think about that. Here's a U.S. senator saying that he was coaching Prime Minister Netanyahu on how to get President Trump to go to war against Iran. In other words, President Trump needed coaching because his basic inclination was not to go to war against Iran. And then if you look at what was happening inside the United States, all you have to do is look at the two principal individuals who were advising Trump on whether or not he should go to war. They were Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who are passionate Zionists. In fact, Jonathan Powell, who is Britain's national security advisor, this is Britain's national security advisor. He was present at the negotiations that were taking place between Iran and the United States right before the war. And he describes Kushner and Witkoff as Israeli assets. Just think about that. The two principal advisors to President Trump. And remember, President Trump said that he was going to take his cue from those two individuals as to whether or not he should go to war against Iran, were seen by the British National Security Advisor as Israeli assets. Truly remarkable. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I could point to all sorts of other evidence that it was Israel and it was the lobby that pushed President Trump into this war.
And why do you think they succeeded with this president, with other presidents? Obviously, Netanyahu talks about he's wanted this war for 40 years as fulfillment of his greatest fantasy. Trump is not the first U.S. president to get pressured towards a war in Iran. What was it about him or his administration or the tactics that they used that allowed them to succeed here where they had failed in the past?
Well, first of all, there's the possibility that they have information about President Trump's past behavior that they're using to blackmail him. We have no hard evidence of that. I want to make it clear. But just watching this unfold, it does seem like that might be the case because President Trump is so beholden to the Israelis. It's really quite amazing. But I think the two other arguments that you can put on the table are, number one, that the Israelis actually convinced him that Iran was a paper tiger and that it could be easily brought to its knees. You want to remember that before the war started, when President Trump had moved the Armada into the Middle East, Steve Witkoff said that President Trump was surprised that the mere presence of the Armada and the threat that that Armada might be used against Iran didn't bring the Iranians to surrender. He thought that the mere threat of force would coerce the Iranians into surrendering. That tells you he thought that this regime was very weak. He thought it would fail quickly. And this, by the way, is why President Trump didn't accept the arguments that this would be a long war and that the Iranians were likely to shut the Strait of Hormuz. He has said that he was told that the Iranians were likely to shut the Strait of Hormuz, but he just didn't believe it because he thought we would win a quick and easy and decisive victory. So I think President Trump was primed, mainly through the Israelis, to think that this was going to be an easy victory. Then the other thing is, I think the Venezuela precedent gave him the impression that he could float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. That what he did in Venezuela, he could do in Iran. I don't think he fully realized, despite the fact that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was telling him that this was going to be an extremely difficult operation, and we really didn't have a good military option. President Trump just disregarded that. He thought that the naysayers said this before Venezuela, but I went out and proved that, we can do magical things in Venezuela, and I'll just do magical things again against Iran. And I think when you put Venezuela together with the stories he was being told about how weak and how vulnerable the Iranian regime was, I think it was easy for him to pull the trigger.
Last question for you, sir, about the Straits of Hormuz. It appears that some sort of ground operation is, I wouldn't say it seems potential with the deployment of all these troops. It would make sense in terms of the escalation ladder. I believe you've compared it before, potential to Gallipoli. What would that look like? What would that draw us into? Any sort of ground control operation on the Straits of Hormuz or on Karg Island?
Well, Karg Island is different than the Strait because you have to get through the Strait to get to Karg Island, unless you want to launch an attack from Saudi Arabia across the Persian Gulf onto the beaches of Karg Island, which I don't think we want to do. I think it's almost impossible to get through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, it's very clear that you can't use naval force alone to get through. The U.S. Navy won't even go near the Strait. And all the precedents in this regard say stay away. Ground forces, it would require a major operation. And even if you brought ground forces in and you controlled the terrain around the strait, the fact is it would still be exceedingly difficult for the Navy and for tankers and other kinds of ships, cargo ships, to get through the strait, in large part because there would still be mines at the bottom of the strait, lots of mines, which are easy for the Iranians to lay. And furthermore, the Iranians have all sorts of cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones, both sea-based and air-based, that they can use to attack any ships that come near the strait. So I'm not sure that even if you wanted to commit large-scale ground forces to try and surround the strait, that would solve the problem. And most importantly here, once you commit large-scale ground forces, you're in a quagmire. I mean, this would be disastrous. Trump clearly understands that putting ground forces anywhere inside of Iran, whether it's Karg Island, whether it's around the strait, whether you're talking about putting ground forces inside of Iran to try and capture that enriched uranium that they have, is a prescription for big trouble.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, sir. As always, we appreciate your analysis.
You're more
doing it all for you, so you can chase this feeling. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
Last year, spring break was a lot. This year, we did everything we wanted at Main Event. The kids got along, Dad called the plays.
We understood and rejected.
What if a
moral analysis of this war is the resignation of the government's chief counterterrorism officer, a man with a distinguished military and intelligence community background.
It's a blow. There's no question about that. I think a much more telling blow would have been a follow-up immediately, maybe even in the Congress before the committee by the DNI, who has terribly disappointed me and left me thinking I was completely wrong about her character.
You're speaking of Tulsi Gabbard, of course.
Yes.
Before we jump to Gabbard, I'm going to play a clip of her cross-examination by Senator Ossoff. I don't know if he's a lawyer or not, but he did a superb job. But before we get there,
Georgia boy.
right.
Yep.
Joe Kent, the government now claims he did not have a security clearance. Isn't that absurd? How could he be the head of counterterrorism without a security clearance? Like being a surgeon without eyesight.
Judge, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, as I understand it from very reliable sources, have never been vetted. They have no security clearance. They probably, neither of them, could get one if they went through the process I went through. So what's new?
But do you think that the director of counterterrorism did not have a security clearance, that he didn't see the documents that Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe and Pete Hegseth saw?
Well, I have to assume that from what he did previously, he had a security clearance, and probably a pretty tight one.
Right. And yet he says in his letter, Iran is not an imminent threat to America. And the president was talked into this war by his friends in Tel Aviv and their donors and influencers in the media. About as profound and direct as you can get, Colonel.
True, but I am one who's been burned enough times to always look in the horse's mouth before I listen to the whinny. And this individual has a record in the past that I would not say brought him to my attention in a favorable way. That's as kind as I can say. And I also know that there are people right now calculating in the Trump administration that their careers, political or otherwise, are over if they don't make a move now rather than later. So I think you're going to see more people coming out and denouncing, as it were, everything from Heritage to Trump himself, and trying to reassociate themselves with a line of political thought, if you will, that's more favorable to the majority of the American people. Vance is doing that. Vance is going to do that more and more. Watch him closely.
Wow. Well, he'll end up like Mike Pence, totally ostracized by this.
And he knows that. He knows
He
that.
probably knows that he made a mistake becoming the vice president.
Yes.
He would have been much better off as a single-minded, intellectually honest, conservative/libertarian Republican senator from Ohio, not subject to the whims of the White House.
Yes, and as long as you're saying that, Mike Pence would have been better off in that regard, too.
Yes. Here is your fellow Georgian cross-examining her. Watch how reluctant she answers. She doesn't say, yes, you're right. She goes, yes, no, yes. And then watch how she tries to claim she is not the head of intelligence assessing the imminence of threats. Donald Trump is.
Wrong. She doesn't know the law.
Right. Chris,
she doesn't know the law.
Cut number 21.
Quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
and
This
he
is the
made that
worldwide. This is the
determination.
worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing.
I have my own views, but I want to hear yours, Colonel. I suspect we agree.
Well, I'll give you my seminar in a capsule. The National Security Act of 1947 was passed by Congress, overwhelmingly passed by Congress, because they didn't like at all, and this is both parties and independents, FDR's decision-making process, which was right close to his chest. He never told anybody anything. Hell, he told 6 people they were going to be his vice president one time and didn't select the one to be his vice president until right before the elections. They didn't like that. So they passed a law. That law describes a statutory, Judge, you know what that word means,
Right.
decision-making process, in which certain people are named in the law, must participate. Only on one occasion did they amend and add to those people, and it was, as I recall, the Secretary of Energy, because his job became so important with regard to nuclear weapons and such. All to say, the president must make his decisions, whether they're frivolous or not, in that statutory process. Donald Trump has not used that process a single time. So she's lying, but she's just ignorant of the law.
What an opportunity she would have had, as you intimated earlier, right then and there, to read aloud her resignation letter.
Yes.
But she has, by trying to walk a fine line between her prior attachment to first principles and her present fear of her boss, she's alienated both sides.
She's dead. She is dead. She'll never run for political office again and be successful.
Right. The Trump, how profound is Joe Kent's blaming the war on Israel and the domestic lobby?
Well, I think that is a sound reason and a sound argument. I think the Israeli lobby, as John Mearsheimer would say ad nauseum, is very much responsible for this. Plus, and I don't know that Israel's not playing in this too, because I still think Epstein was working with, if not for, Mossad. Those are the 2 reasons Trump did this, to get the Epstein scandal off of the calendar as much as possible and to adhere to Bibi Netanyahu's wishes, because he's getting so much money from Bibi's people.
Wow. Here's another way the president is getting money. This is rather reprehensible, and I apologize if this is going to aggravate you, but you need to see it. Senator Ossoff and the presidential campaign flyer.
I want to call everyone's attention again to this fundraising email signed by the president that Senator Kelly mentioned earlier, in which the president of the United States invites his campaign donors to, quote, claim your spot, join now to receive private national security briefings to his political donors, featuring a photo of the president at a dignified transfer ceremony with a flag-draped coffin of an American service member killed in action returning to their family. And the American people need to know that the President of the United States is fundraising for his political campaign and his PAC using images of American service members killed in action, and it's a disgrace.
I agree. Even Donald Rumsfeld wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Colonel, have you ever heard of something like that?
not at all. But Judge, I saw a report about 48 hours ago that Kushner and Witkoff and of course, other members of Trump's entourage have probably amassed about $200 billion, yes, billion dollars in deals while doing their, quote, diplomacy, unquote.
Goodness. Right now, Brent crude is at $130 a barrel, and the national debt last night passed 39 trillion. George Will, with whom I sometimes agree and sometimes disagree, says we are assassinating ourselves with debt.
You're right. We probably can expect, if the simulation I ran or was a part of in Beijing in 2009 is any guide, we're probably looking at $200 a barrel before this subsides. If it does subside, it may just go right off the rocket pad. I mean, you can't control these sorts of things when there are so many different variables playing in it. And you've got the Iranians masterfully jacking it up every hour virtually. I don't know if you saw the pictures of the Khorram Shah 2 Mach 3, Mach 4 missile with a MIRV warhead. They're not bomblets in my mind. They're like our MIRV nuclear warheads, just raining hell down on Tel Aviv.
I did not see that. Colonel, what would be a private security or a private national security briefing, which according to Senator Ossoff, I couldn't read the document through the screen, the president had offered?
Well, it'd have to be so anodyne, that is to say meaningless, that I dare say only to get in his shadow would they come. They wouldn't come for any information. If it were otherwise, he'd be violating all the strictures about classified documents and classified material that you could think of. He can't do this. I don't care if it's the CEO of ExxonMobil. He doesn't have a top secret security clearance.
Colonel, our mutual friend Max Blumenthal is on right after you, and he is going to tell us, among other things, that the IDF has now threatened the elimination of Russian leaders who wish Israel ill. Are they out of their minds?
It would not surprise me. I think I mentioned to you, and it's been firmed up in my head by others in the meantime, that they're after Erdogan too, that they have threatened to assassinate Erdogan. I had a really epiphany the other day. I'm sitting down thinking about nuclear weapons. And, you know, I was involved with nuclear weapons my whole career virtually. I started out as a prefix 5 officer out of the War College or out of the Command and Staff College. That means you know nuclear weapons. And if I were Bibi Netanyahu and I were strictly thinking in the kind of warped ways I think he does, I wouldn't use one nuclear weapon on Iran. I'd use multiple weapons. I'd use 15 or 20. I'd fire them from my submarines from the Eastern Mediterranean and the Sea of Oman, North Arabian Sea. And I'd make sure that they went at very critical targets as well as perhaps general population areas for trauma and shock effect. I wouldn't just use one because one would disappear in Iran. I mean, you'd see a mushroom cloud and maybe some debris, and there'd be a little radioactivity, depending on whether it was an air burst or a ground burst. But it really wouldn't do much. Now, if it were like one of ours or like one of Russia's, you know, one that's 1,000 times more powerful than both bombs we used on Japan, that'd be different. But Israel doesn't have that kind of bomb. So we're
Revolutionary salute to our brother Terry Ross Jr. for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the little soldier salute.
looking at the prospect of not just a single nuclear weapon. I think we're looking at the prospect of this maniac using nuclear weapons as a decisive military instrument in this conflict he is losing.
How did the Pentagon so miscalculate this war, Colonel Wilkerson?
I think I heard a little bit of that this morning when a person sent me an email quoting a conversation she had with a colonel in the Pentagon about how wonderful our weapons are, how advanced they are in technological terms, all kinds of nauseating remarks. And she asked me, is this true? And I said, no, this guy's drunk the Kool-Aid. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people in the Pentagon and in the armed forces in general who have drunk the Kool-Aid. And if you don't know what that means, it means they're taking your own pills.
It means they're listening to the Secretary of Defense, who calls himself the Secretary of War, and attempting to emulate him.
Yes, yes. In many respects, in an immediate sense, yes. But this has been a problem, Judge. One reason Colin Powell was happy, I ran his retirement ceremony. I ran the whole thing. Ceremonial hall, Bush, Clinton, Mrs. Clinton, Barbara Bush, everybody. I ran the whole thing. I ran 2 receiving lines because the troops who came through wanted to go see Bush, not Clinton. So they moved over, and I had to actually create another receiving line for Bush and his wife, Barbara. So I know how Colin felt during that time. He was glad to be leaving a military which had turned from the one that he had created, which he used in Desert Shield, Desert Storm. It was going to hell in a handbag.
Wow. Why do presidents kill?
Because they can. Sorry to say it, but that's the way the Greeks said it. That's the way Thucydides recorded it. And I think he was right, because they can. And the more they do, either they're like Roosevelt, for example, who probably killed more than any other American president. They get very, very affected by it. I think it had something to do with his death. By that time, he was really morose, and people who knew him said that. So it bears down hard on people who have a conscience and have some morals and some ethical stature. But there are other people like Donald Trump, for example, who can kill all day long and not even think twice about it.
How could the Pentagon have led the president to believe that they could bring about regime change in a weekend? But how could any rational, serious, intellectually honest, and I guess I'm making a big assumption there, so jump down my throat if you want, military leader have given him that advice?
I don't think General Kane would have been the only military leader that would have interfaced with him, in my view. I mean, that's the law. It's not ironclad law, but that's what normally happens. And I'm not of a mind that Kane didn't object to some of this. He obviously was overruled, and I suspect he was overruled by Exxon and the president himself ultimately. But nonetheless, I think he did register some dissent.
Wow. Where do you see this going, Colonel?
Into disaster, deeper and deeper and deeper. And my great fear is it's not just disaster for us. It's disaster for the region. It's disaster for the bigger region, including all the way up to Ukraine. And ultimately, it's going to be, if it continues with this economic sledgehammer over all our heads, created by oil, but other things too, like urea and other fertilizer ingredients and so forth, it's going to be the world that's impacted by it.
Wow. Is Trump going to dislodge the regime in Cuba?
He might try that in order to have a victory, but I think what he's looking at there is a sort of a disaster too, because the Cubans are not going to go quietly into that night, at least some of them. Now, there are quite a few now. It used to be 11 million on that island when I was visiting. It's down to about 9 now because a lot have left of their own volition, risked their lives in the Darien Gap, paying $2,500 and then another $2,500 to get out in order to evacuate the island because we've made it so miserable. But there's a fairly significant contingent there that recovered a bit during Obama's rapprochement, mostly because of remittances coming in from Florida, with which they started dry cleaners, automobile repair shops, made their restaurants. They already had private restaurants, made them bigger and better. So there's a class system in Cuba now. And if someone were to go in there and support that class, not in a predatory capitalist way, but in order for them to create more jobs with what they're doing and to basically ease in a little positive capitalism, it could be really a powerful country. Judge, the Cubans are the most entrepreneurial, talented, educated, 99% literary rate. in the Caribbean. They are the elite of the Caribbean, and we have treated them like they were the dregs of the Caribbean.
And we have for 60 years. I want to go back to Iran for a minute. Here is a spokesperson for the IRCG. Now he's speaking Farsi very fast, and the translation is very fast. You're familiar with how fast they speak by our ears.
Right.
But what he's saying is profound, and I need your thoughts on it. Chris?
The Islamic Republic of Iran did not intend to expand the scope of the war to oil facilities and did not want to cause any harm to the economies of friendly and neighboring countries. However, with the enemy's attack on energy infrastructure, we have effectively entered a new phase of the war, and the necessity of defending Iran's infrastructure has compelled us to strike energy facilities connected to the United States and American stakeholders. Honorable people of Iran, your brave sons in the armed forces immediately launched offensive actions after the enemy's malicious act, and through a heavy and retaliatory operation, set fire to a number of oil facilities considered to be American interests in the region until the inflicted damage reached the level of the blow we had received. Once again, we warn the enemy that you made a grave mistake by attacking the energy infrastructure of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and our response is underway and not yet finished. The brave men of the IRGC Aerospace Force, continuing the 63rd wave, also struck the military positions of the child-killing Zionist occupying regime in the south of the occupied territories with a multi-warhead Qadr missile, which resulted in various images of the impact. Additionally,
taxes was so taxing.
He summed it up pretty well, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think Iran wanted to take on its neighbors, even in that kind of veiled way. That is, they're attacking U.S. targets and, oh, sorry very much if we hit you. I don't think they wanted to do that. And I don't think they really wanted to bring the world economy into serious jeopardy. But when you threaten that many people with the force that they had amassed over the last 25, 30 years and the expertise in using that force that they had amassed, and you miscalculate entirely what they're capable of, which Bibi Netanyahu and the Mossad have, this is a colossal failure. This failure rates right in there with George W. Bush and WMD in Iraq, only it has far more disastrous results, I think, especially if it keeps on going. I don't think they wanted to do this, but now we are pushing them. Every time Trump opens his mouth, every time something else happens, every time he says, for example, Marines are going to land on Carg Island, for example, then they ratchet down. They plan something bigger and better.
Wow.
And that's the way it's going to work, I'm afraid. And they're going to be at least a tie with us. I think I mentioned the other day, Haaretz ran, the only newspaper I read in Israel anymore because Netanyahu owns or controls the others. But they had a headline, it was right. It said, to win, all Iran has to do is not lose.
Right.
To win, Israel and Donald Trump have to have a spectacular victory.
You reminded me of something I forgot to ask you. What are 2,200 Marines going to do?
Get killed. Get killed. They will have to conduct the assault probably with ospreys and other things like that, because you can't. As I recall, when Saddam Hussein tried to attack Carg Island, he tried to mount it from the sea, as it were. It didn't work. I don't think we could either. We could probably get off on some of the terminals, the platforms. It's about the third the size of Manhattan. It's got deep, deep water, beautiful water, clear water. And you can load 10 super tankers simultaneously there. That's why it's so important. It's the only place in the Persian Gulf where, in fact, it's probably the only place on the whole coast of Iran where you can do that because the water's so deep. But that makes it extremely difficult to get to and to get on also. So you'd fly your ospreys in and you'd hope they wouldn't shoot them down. Fond hope that. Drone shoot them down. And you'd land the Marines from those ospreys. If all the ospreys make it, you may know the track record of the osprey, then they'd put a few Marines on there and they might be able to do a little bit of damage or capture a few of the facilities or whatever, but how are they going to sustain themselves? I mean, that's a real problem. How do you sustain yourselves once you're there? And they're hammering you probably because they have that zeroed in for some of their more sophisticated missiles if necessary. And I say that because they don't want to hit the terminal itself. They want to hit the Marines on the land.
Wow. Colonel, thank you very much. Great analysis as always, my
size doesn't matter. What matters is, are you actually incapacitating the other side in its ability to continue to carry out operations? And on that front, the answer is no.
And Larry, let me show you a graphic here, because while he said that they're going down as we're going up, this is a chart of the daily strikes from the Iranian side in missiles and in drones, and you can see that on the first days of the war, they were pretty high. And then there was some truth to what Dan Kane said at one point, where he said they were like 90% down. But you see, that's on day 7 and 8, and they hit their nadir. Since that time, they have been popping back up. And you see, every day they have been launching more concurrent with we're running lower on the interceptor missiles. But not that really matters that much, because the interceptor missiles themselves have a pretty low area of interception rate. Yeah. But what does that tell you about the Iranian resilience and about the statements coming out of the Pentagon?
Anybody that's been following the war between Russia and Ukraine and goes back to 2022, this is, as Yogi Berra said, deja vu all over again. We were, repeatedly being told in April, May, June, July, August of 2022, Russia's running out of missiles any day now. They're out. They're exhausted. They're out. Well, the same was being said about Iran. And again, the West, it's an intelligence failure. It's not really a failure. We can't see through rocks. Okay, they've buried their missile program underground, miles and miles and miles of tunnels, production facilities. So we really have no idea how many that they are producing, how many they have stored. What we do know is early on in this conflict, in this war, Iran used missiles that were 10, 15 years old. They're the older technology. Well, why'd they do that? They were sucking up U.S. air defense. And, I've written 2 different articles on this. If we have not depleted our PAC-3 that goes on the Patriot and our THAAD missiles now, they'll be depleted by next week. I mean, we're not talking weeks of supply. We're literally talking days of supply, because the total production of THAADs is 900. So, and not in a year. That's from the time that Congress first allocated money for this production, 900. So when you figure you've got to fire 2 THAAD missiles to take out 1 ballistic missile, that means you got the ability to shoot 450 missiles. Iran has already shot about 1,000 missiles. Okay, so right there, if the THAAD was used to go after every one of those Iranian missiles, the THAAD would be depleted. Same with PAC-3. PAC-3's total production was, as of the end of December 2025, 4,620. And that's on the generous side. That's assuming we had the maximum production possible. The actual numbers could have been lower than that, but at least 1,000 have been used in Ukraine. We don't know how many, maybe 1,000 were used last June. So if from 4,620, you're already down, you've got 2,620 left. That means they're capable of engaging about 1,000 ballistic missiles. And we're done. I do know of one particular U.S. base in the Gulf region that they depleted their supply last Wednesday. I mean, they're out.
You say that categorically it's like two per one, but I mean we've seen a number of shots. Gary has shown. I don't know if you have any of them still handy from last week, where there was like just bam, bam, 1, 2, 3, 4 went up there, and none of them hit anything, and the missiles kept on coming. So those seems like there's a lot more than that, even than what had happened.
Yeah, and it's not, not revealing top secret information. I mean, they publish in the defense budget, they got line items and how much Lockheed Martin's going to, they can build X amount for X amount of dollars. It's just do the math. And that's what's so, I guess it's not shocking that the reporters, these so-called journalists, are a bunch of, lazy people. They're not doing the basic work to say, hey, let's ask questions, how many are being fired? And, they're out. And so that's one of the reasons now you see the uptick with the Iranian missiles, because they know they've depleted both U.S. and Israeli air defense systems. So now they can fire, and they're going to fire more sophisticated missiles that can cause more damage. So, the United States can't stop it because they keep saying, oh, well, we destroyed all these launchers. The more modern missiles that Iran has are being launched from underground silos that literally they pop out of the earth. And we say, oh, there's one. Well, it's like playing whack-a-mole. Well, we'll go hit that where it just came out of that hole. Well, it comes out of another hole. Well, we'll go get that one. And before coming on air, I think the Department of War, formerly known as DOD, confirmed that an F-35 was hit over Iran.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
I did not see that.
So it looks like an F-35 has now been shot down. So much for the suppression of enemy air defense, the SEAD portion. Again, I think the United States has been gaslighting the public on that because they've been doing standoff missions. So they're not actually over Iranian airspace. They're staying outside Iranian airspace, launching the JASSMs in. Not so much the JDAMs only have like a 50-mile ability, but yeah, there's an example of one of the missiles being just fired out of, you're looking at, it looks flat Earth. They don't have any visible outward signs that there's a missile there. There comes another one. So our satellites can, oh yeah, we know where that one was launched from. Well, okay. That means under that you got miles of underground facilities, and that's what. So Iran does. We say, oh, we destroyed Iran's navy. They didn't really have a navy. They've got a coast guard, lethal coast guard with small boats that we have not destroyed, accompanied by drones, maritime drones, and they haven't even begun to fight with those, and we don't really have a good defense against that. And then, well, we've destroyed their air force. They don't have an air force; they got a missile force.
Right.
So it's like we're fighting. We're all geared up to fight an enemy that's not there. We've come. We haven't come properly dressed for the activity. Is how I would put it.
And let me ask you. Speaking of activity, there was yesterday morning what looked to be a pretty substantial escalation started from Israel that attacked the North Pars gas field in the Persian Gulf, which angered Qatar and Iraq, because Iraq, even though they don't have control of that field, a lot of their electricity is generated from it, and it was actually cut off. Like 31,000 megawatt hours worth of power got cut offline, which is going to be a huge problem for Iraq. That's not an insignificant amount of generation. And then, of course, Iran promised that they would retaliate after, which some reports had overnight that they did. What is that going to tell you about where this war is going?
Iran has made it clear. They announced that this is total war. So they're not going to stop until America is forced out of the Persian Gulf. I mean, it's going to end one way or the other. We're either going to have to destroy Iran, which I would argue is impossible. Impossible, and to maintain any shred of humanity, or we're gonna have to leave the area, and I think that's where it's headed. We're gonna have to leave the area. Iran can outlast us. Donald Trump cannot survive, and the Republicans cannot survive the economic stress that is being placed on the economy. Already, in the space of now going on the third week, the stock market, according to the Dow Jones, has lost 10% of its value. It went from over 50,000 to now it's 45,000, a little above. It's going to continue to drop. And I'm not giving financial advice here. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
At the same time, the price of gas, it keeps going up about 8 to 10 cents every 2 days, 2 or 3 days. So it's already in the course of these 3 weeks, it's now up $1 down here in Florida. And people are, so if you fill up your tank, if you got a 20-gallon tank, you're spending an extra $20 every time you go to the gas station. And if you fill up once a week, okay, that's and then do that for 52 weeks, okay, now you're talking $1,000. Well, for you and me, $1,000, okay, we'll suck it up. I'll smoke one less cigar a week or something, But for a lot of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and that $1,000 hurts.
Well, and then it's compounded though, because diesel is also going way up. I think diesel is as expensive as it's been in years.
It's up $2.
$2. Okay, so every one of these trucks is going to Giant Foods or Publix or anything else, anything that's moving anything anywhere. The price of everything then goes up. So it's not just your cigars, but then also whatever you get when you go to the grocery store or go to your restaurant to buy food. Everything is going to go up, and I don't see an end to this anytime soon. Do you?
Well, first let me compliment you on your reference to both Giant, which is Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C. area, and Publix, which is Florida. Well played, man. That's some skill there. That's high skill.
That was a difference to you. Tip of the hat.
Yeah, no, but you're right. This is now going to creep in to every facet of American life. So the inflation, we're going to be caught with. You can remember it. You were at least a teenager back then, but in the 70s,
very much
when we had stagflation. We had high inflation. It was a consequence of the Vietnam War, and the Israelis with the Yom Kippur War, and then the Arab oil embargo from OPEC, which lasted about 7 months, and that drove the price of oil up. Of course, price of oil back then was like $4 a barrel, and it went up to $12 a barrel. we look back and go, "Good
Those
God,
were the
man."
days.
I sound like my grandfather talking about the Depression. But now we're in a stage where we went from $60 a barrel to the Brent is up around 120, and it's gonna continue to go up. We'll be lucky if it stops at just $200 a barrel. So then that reverberates throughout society and throughout the economy. And then we're only talking gas. What about the oil base, the gasoline?
Right.
Then what about liquid natural gas? Good God, that's now 25% of the world capacity is now gone with Qatar, and no telling how long it'll take Israel to get back online. So that as well is going to have a dramatic effect. Then top that with 35% out of that natural gas is produced fertilizer, urea, that forms nitrogen, and that's gone, which means they're already seeing prices as much as 25 to 50% price increase on fertilizer. This is the planting season up in the Northern Hemisphere, which we've got like 75% of the arable land in the world is in the Northern Hemisphere. If they don't have the fertilizer, that means food production is going to be down. So we're not just looking at immediate short-term effects. Man, we're looking at some long-term effects that are going to create massive global instability.
Okay, and let me piggyback off of that, because the urea and some of these other things from fertilizer are from natural gas. It's where a lot of them are derived from.
Right.
Back to this North Parsfields, it was attacked yesterday. President Trump, had a really strange Truth Social last night, which on the first part of it looked like he was mad at Israel because he says Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at the South Pars gas field. And he goes on to complain about that and says it's a bad idea and they better not do it again. But then it gets weird. He says no more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help of or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field, an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed. Why in God's name would you threaten to blow up the field that is part owned by our ally Qatar, that our other ally Iraq needs for its gas, and that everybody needs for urea, etc.? Why would he threaten that? That is weird.
Well, he clearly doesn't understand, doesn't care to understand. But the underlying premise of that is it's a lie. We absolutely knew Israel was going to do it. We have it used to be at Al Udeid Air Force Base. It was called the Combined Air Operations Center, the CAOC.
Yeah, I spent some time in there actually.
Okay, so I don't know if it's still up and running at Al Udeid because of its because the Al Udeid has been hit with multiple missiles and drones. I don't know if they've tried to relocate to Jordan or to some other location. But as you recall, in that CAOC, they're coordinating every air mission in the region. There's not a single plane that's taking off or landing without knowing where the hell it's going. And part of that is so that you deconflict, you make sure that one of the old missions of the CAOC was to ensure that Russians and U.S. pilots and Russian pilots were not crossing paths and were not in the chance of getting into a confrontation. So the U.S. absolutely knew when Israel took off where it was going and what it was going to do. Absolutely knew. So Trump's lying on that part, but
Okay, well, that just makes it weirder. If he why this claim, and then I know. I mean, would he do that? He's explain the whole thing to me because I don't get it.
Yeah, well, they're not thinking this through logically, because on the one hand, he does understand how devastating this is for the economy, the U.S. economy. Now, the United States is one of the few countries that is actually pretty well insulated, at least from a shortage of petroleum, because we produce a lot ourselves. But nonetheless, just because we produce a lot, it doesn't mean that we're going to still get the same cheap price, because when the shortage is out there, then the oil drillers who are not owned by the government, if they have a choice of selling to the United States at $60 a barrel or selling to, say, Brazil, who needs oil, at $90 a barrel, and you're a publicly traded company that is supposed to make a profit, where do you sell your oil? Yeah, it's going to Brazil. It's not coming to the United States, even though it was, brought out of the ground in the United States. So that's why this shortage, global shortage, is going to drive prices up here in the United States as well, significantly. And so that, on the one hand, Trump is trying to prevent that. That's why they said, oh, remember all those sanctions on Russia? Never mind. Go ahead, sell as much as you want. Good for all, and they're even allowing Iran ships to come out with oil. They don't want to disrupt. They don't want any more disruption to the global oil supply. And Israel just said, screw it. We're going to take them out. Because Israel foolishly believes that, if it knocks that out for Iran, that Iran's done. Well, Iran turned around and went after the one oil refinery in Israel at Haifa. It's history. It's gone now. It hadn't been reported because the Israeli censors are keeping that down, but Iran took it out yesterday. So,
along keeping with the theme of President Trump doing things that don't make any sense right now, I think as we're speaking, he has I think it's the Japanese Prime Minister in the Oval Office. Just a minute ago, Gary alerted me that he said something about the situation here. Gary, go ahead and play that.
I thought it would be worse, much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon. We've obliterated their Navy. We've obliterated just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft equipment is gone. We're flying wherever we want. We have nobody even shooting at us.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligram generic Viagra for.
I guess somebody forgot to do that F-35 pilot.
Hey, those weren't real bullets. Those are imaginary because Donald Trump said they don't exist. Yeah, I mean, he said I'm straw man. We destroyed their Navy. Well, they didn't really have a Navy. They didn't have aircraft carriers. They weren't a Navy. The actual, having aircraft carriers, battleship, destroyers, cruisers. We no longer have battleships. Was to project force in other countries, to project force internationally. That wasn't Iran. Iran wasn't going around trying to conquer the world. That was us. Ditto with the Air Force. It was designed, if it's designed for protecting domestic territory is one thing, but Iran's never really put a big emphasis on its Air Force. Yeah, it's got some planes, but it's that, it has not seen itself as we're going to have the number one fighter squadron in the world. No, they got the missiles. That's where they're punching back, and that's what Trump can't touch. So this is and notice his lies, because last week he said that Iran was 100% defeated. Well, okay, then why are we asking the Europeans and Chinese for help? I mean, if they're defeated, hey, let's just walk right in, make ourselves at home, turn them into our slaves, make them, serve us our supper and give us a bath.
And one other interesting tell, I think, about what it is, Secretary Hegseth this morning in his comments said, hey, one other thing here, by the way, this is CBS, and they're talking about how some of the things you just said here, that the war is escalating and it's causing economic difficulties, pushing up oil and gas prices higher and causing problems. But then Hegseth also said, according to the Washington Post, that we're going to need another $200 billion supplemental for this war. Well, we've been chewing through, by summer accounts, about $2 billion a day. So we're at about 38, I guess, if that's an accurate number. And he's looking for 200. What does that tell you about how long we think this is going to go?
Several months. In fact, I think Iran has, I think, at least the capacity to go for a full 6 months with missile strikes, and maybe longer. And that's assuming, because they're launching a minimum of 3 waves of missile attacks per day. Now, they also at some point, as their rate of fire slows, it'll be slowing because they've run out of targets. That's the other thing. If once you've basically destroyed all the U.S. bases in the Persian Gulf, you don't need to keep firing at them, because they're done. They'll concentrate then on military targets in Israel, to the point that Israel will lose its ability to launch any more flights. And all of this is coming at a time when it decided to pick another fight with Hezbollah, who was defeated. Remember, they were wiped out.
Yeah.
And yesterday, Hezbollah reported knocked out 7 Merkava tanks in one day.
Oh, wow. Didn't see that.
Yeah. So this is a repeat of 2006.
Yeah.
When Israel invaded southern Lebanon, got its ass kicked. After 33 days, said, "Oh, okay, we'll have a ceasefire," and retreated. You're already. I was listening. Alistair Crook and his wife. Actually, his wife does all the work. Asling, she's a brilliant woman, and they read the Hebrew press because what is written in Hebrew is not published in English. Okay, they say 2 different things. They'll talk about, in English, oh yeah, man, things are going well, it's great, and then in Hebrew they're going, good God, we're in big trouble. What are we going to do? And Alistair reported yesterday that there has been a significant change in tone now in the Hebrew press, that they're backing away from their ultimate these maximum objectives that they initially had with respect to Iran, and now they say, okay, well, basically maybe we're going to have to figure out how to coexist with Iran. But I don't think this genie doesn't get put back in the bottle now. The martyrs of Iran, their blood will demand vengeance. And Israel is compounding its problem now because they've shut down access to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So Muslim countries around the world are now rising up and demanding that Israel open the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And Israel has closed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. And for Christians who are not familiar with the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, that is claims to be built on the burial, on the site where Jesus was buried and resurrected. So it is the, if you will, the most holy.
Why have they closed those two?
Security, they said, and they've closed it because they can, because they are anti-Christian and anti-Muslim. That's what Israel is, and what's disgraceful are all these Christian Zionists who claim, oh, we got to bless Israel. I mean, please.
It's not reciprocated.
Israel is it's in the process. It's committing suicide.
Yeah, and we're gonna touch on that here in a minute. I want to stick with the issue. One of the reasons why I think President Trump may be making statements like he just did, why he may be making things that he said in that Truth Social post last night, because he may believe it, because he may be being told that that's the truth. These are things that are real. And let me just give you one example of somebody who was President Trump's right-hand man. He was the deputy national security advisor for the vice president in Trump's first administration. He was Trump's handpicked envoy to Ukraine during the Ukraine war, and that is General Keith Kellogg, who went on to Newsmax yesterday to explain how easy it is to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Do you think there is a way to make this strait passable here in the coming days?
It's passable now. They just have the courage to do it. I mean, they're taking a chance and they know they're going to run it. I think what they've done is they're kind of what we would call softening up the targets, primarily around the Strait of Hormuz, where you take the shore-to-ship missiles and any type of batteries out. And it's not only that choke point, which is near Bandar Abbas, but it's you up the Persian Gulf and Karg Island as well. If you take Karg Island and you can secure the Strait of Hormuz, then you're in great shape.
So, yeah, that's it, man. It's already open. You just have to have the guts, man. Just quit being a baby about it. Just go on through the Gulf right now. What do you say to that?
If a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass when it jumps, okay? I mean, come on. This is, and America wonder, why haven't we won any wars since World War II? Because we got morons like this that were in command, to say something so stupid. We talked before coming on air about, I think it'd be a great idea, strap him to the bow of the ship that's going to run the Strait of Hormuz. That way he'll be like Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic, out there on the front. But this.
Because here's what he's saying. All you got to do is take Karg Island and these little islands right here in the horseshoe of the strait, and then bam, it's going to be good. And of course, I mean, the first question I got to ask is, I mean, aside from how are you going to take that? Are we going to get to Tripoli that's going to run the gauntlet in here and somehow it's going to get all the way up there and take the island, or fly helicopters in? We'll talk about that maybe separately, but whatever. Let's say that you have this and that you have these. What about all this territory? What about all the shore batteries and the missiles all throughout this depth here? Right. And actually, we have this. Let me pull this up real quick. Gary had something here we've shown several times, but it really plays into here. Look at these ranges here. So all these different categories of Iranian missiles. Note that every single one of them covers the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
So even if you took the shorelines, even if you took Karg Island, all this kind of stuff, none of that is going to have anything to do with protecting the Gulf from continued on support for that. So you're not going to get it. You're not going to get through. And yet he's talking there, just have courage. It's open now. Well, it's open if you're a Chinese ship. Yeah. It's open if you pay a fee, apparently, to the Iranian side. But if you're an American or an Israeli, it's not open.
Yeah, actually, I was being interviewed yesterday by a retired Russian general on the International Unity channel, and General Gurulov. And I commented, I said, we got talking about Karg Island. And I said, General, you realize Karg Island is Persian for Snake Island. And for those who don't know, Snake Island is an outcropping of rock in the Black Sea off the coast of Ukraine, off the coast of Russia. And it's completely exposed. And so early in the war, the Ukrainians took it and said, yay. And then they were quickly pushed off by the Russians who took it, and the Russians were on board, yay. But then they started getting hit with, FPV drones and artillery fire, and they quickly because it was impossible to hold it. Well, that's Karg Island. You put troops there. Not only apart from the missiles, it's in range of artillery. So shore batteries can just, shell the dickens out of it. And then you get the FPV drones, and it's not like they've got well constructed bunkers on Karg Island. They don't. So you're going to have all these American troops, and you said, how do they get there? That's the other mystery. They've managed to run the Strait of Hormuz without getting blown out of the water, or the alternative is, let's assemble them at Prince Sultan Air Base, except Prince Sultan Air Base no longer has an effective air defense, and any gathering of troops there is well within the target range of Iranian missiles and drones. So you get a group of 50 soldiers gathered, they're going to get hit before they even have a chance to get on a helicopter. Now, this is madness. The notion that we can do anything with ground forces that will not incur significant losses is just sheer fantasy.
Yeah, but that seems to be what we're doing. I'm sorry, I was looking for the map here that I had of Snake Island, but I think we missed that. Sorry. There's one other thing I want to show you though too, because this is kind of evidence of it's not just the military, it's even some of the diplomatic guys here. And we had Brian Hook, who was on, I think it was Fox News, that's talking about how easy this is to solve, even militarily and diplomatically. So if the Gulf of Strait of Hormuz is easy to get, so is the war. Watch this.
I think Israel is doing to Iran what Israel did to Hamas and to Hezbollah. President Assad from Syria is now in Moscow, and so many of the Iranian proxies have fled Iraq and Syria. And I think that same wartime strategy that they applied to those terrorist organizations, they're now applying it to the Iranian regime. They have had incredible success. They are decapitating the Iranian leadership. They did that to a degree during the 12-day war. And now in this conflict, they're going to have an even longer runway to, I think, address the people who are behind the government that is the world's strongest supporter of terrorism. We could have a post-conflict sort of scenario where the Iranian regime is largely at peace with its neighbors, not by choice, but because they have no other option, because they have been demilitarized.
So demilitarized. I mean, Russia's been trying to do that to Ukraine for, outset. That's one of their objectives here. They haven't been able to do it in 4 years here, but that's with I don't know, somewhere around 700,000-800,000 ground troops in addition to the air power. Can we, in 19 or so days, demilitarize Iran, a country that's 4 times bigger than Iraq?
I guess Mr. Hook is not reading the news. So let's start with Hamas. Hamas has an estimated force structure of about 30,000 fighters. They are enclosed in an area that's 5 miles wide, 25 miles long. Israel has them surrounded with 300,000 soldiers. Israel has fixed wing aircraft, combat aircraft. They have rotary wing aircraft. They have artillery. They have tanks. They have armored personnel carriers. They have every imaginable military advantage. And here we are now, 2.5 years since Israel started its offensive against Hamas. They haven't beat Hamas. So yeah, they've killed a lot of Palestinians. Woohoo, killing civilians, big tough guys. They've been unable to defeat the Hamas fighters. Why? Because the Israelis are a bunch of chicken shit cowards, is what they are. They don't want to risk going in and getting killed. So, they prefer to bomb the civilians and wipe out the infrastructure. Ditto for Hezbollah. Yeah, they've defeated Hezbollah. Really? Then who blew up those 7 Merkava tanks yesterday? In fact.
And why would you have gone at all if they were defeated? Why would you have even launched a ground incursion? I mean, that's obviously self-evident.
We saw 4 days ago, that Hezbollah fired a 4-hour rocket barrage into Israel that Israel couldn't stop. The David Sling didn't work. Iron Dome didn't work because they're running out of missiles. So, Captain Hook here is just, he's delusional. He doesn't understand the lay of the land, and the fact that Hezbollah is still a viable entity, as is Hamas, and that the United States we don't have a defined military strategy for defeating Iran. Because really, the only way you're going to defeat Iran is with a ground force. If we're willing to put together a 4 million man army, and just think of the cost involved with that, probably another $2 trillion that we don't have. We might be able to invade Iran and maybe overthrow the government. And I put a big maybe there, but at an enormous cost of life. So it's not like we have no alternative but to fight, because Iran didn't pick this. And again, they continue to repeat this lie that Iran is the #1 sponsor of terrorism. It is not. That is simply not true. I challenge any American, show me the last Iranian terrorist attack in the United States. And if they say, well, what about up in Michigan, that guy who's his brother was a Hezbollah commander that was killed. Yeah, okay. So one guy who's related to a Hezbollah commander gets pissed off at the Jews because they killed his brother. All right. You're calling that some massive terrorist campaign? Sorry. I put that on the personal vendetta level. I don't excuse it at all. Again, why go kill a bunch of Jewish congregates in Michigan? They had nothing to do with the death of his brother. And that's part of the cycle we need to stop, where people keep getting killed for the acts of others when they themselves had no responsibility or involvement. So stop killing the innocent on both sides.
Yeah, and when we focus so many times and so much on killing, especially Hegseth, he was talking about that a lot this morning at his press conference, and that just adds to the problem. I want to actually run back to something that happened yesterday, because in a lot of things it was in the news about Joe Kent resigning his position as the deputy director of national intelligence, and he specifically resigned because he said, you know what, there was no imminent threat, despite what the president said. And he said that the president was tricked into war by the Israelis and by the compliant American media. And he said he could no longer in good faith serve that. Well, as it turned out, the timing was pretty bad for his boss, Tulsi Gabbard, who was on the Hill yesterday and had a pretty rough time of it.
The intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president
here's the problem.
Based on a volume
no,
of
it is
information
precisely
that he receives.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing, where, as you noted in your opening testimony, quote, you represent the IC's assessment of threats. You are here to represent the IC's assessment of threats. That's a quote from your own opening statement. And so my question is, as you're here to present the IC's assessment of threats, was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Once again, Senator, The intelligence community has provided the inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
You won't answer the
It is
question.
the nature of the imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection and volume.
That's probably
of
never there, Gary.
information and
And you know
intelligence
what?
that he is
You're here
provided
prior
with.
to this. Prior to that, the exchange right there, he had run through a series of yes or no questions, which she answered correctly. He said, according to your testimony, was the Iranian nuclear facilities obliterated in 2025? Yes or no? Yes. According to your testimony, have they attempted to rebuild that and to have new capacity? Yes or no? No. And then he said, okay, based on those things, was there an imminent threat? Well, obviously, based on your answer, it's a physical impossibility for there to have been 2 weeks away for a nuclear bomb, which of course is being shared by all the president's supporters on media and social media and elsewhere. And yet when pressed on it, she just couldn't answer the question. What did you make of that?
She's a disgrace. Look, the job of an intelligence analyst is to go through the intelligence, try to sort out the gold from the crap, figure out what is true, what is not true, to the best of your knowledge, best of your judgment. And then if you see a developing threat, to warn the president. And then it's the president's decision on what to do about that information. Tulsi is, like you, I once admired her. I thought she had some integrity. I thought she was intelligent, and now she's just turned out to be a pathetic political hack. Because it is the senator from Georgia, I believe that was who we were looking at, as he correctly noted, it is her job to tell the president whether or not the threat is imminent, it's developing, or it's not likely. It's like with respect to, does Iran have sleeper cells in the United States? Based upon, I don't have access to the current intelligence, but based upon my prior access, the answer to that is no. Because Iran's not going to start a fight here when they need to take out all of our forces. Killing civilians here, they know is simply going to enrage Americans and make them stick in the fight. Iran's goal is to sap our will, and one of the ways to sap that is cause military casualties over there, and then the military costs over there, so that the American people get fed up and say, no, we don't want to continue this. So, no. But here's Tulsi, as you correctly noted, saying, well, they're not developing a nuke. It was, quote, obliterated, even though it wasn't. I mean, come on. We know that. But that Iran doesn't pose an imminent threat to attack us. And instead of her and she should have walked out the door with Joe Kent. Kent, who was the director of the Counterterrorism Center. Kent, among all other people in the U.S. government, is the one agency responsible for putting together all terrorist threat information. They're the ones that put together the statistics that are then subsequently published every year in country reports on terrorism. So, like I said, what a disgrace.
Yeah, it was just very disappointing because I mean, you could tell she just didn't want us to contradict President Trump, because it appeared to me that she's just like saying, no, I got to hang on to my job, because if I answer the third question, the obvious answer was no, there was no imminent threat. How could there be? The physical capacity for that didn't exist. Instead, she just tried to say, well, no, that's his call to make. And it's just very disappointing.
Yeah, well, and it's just, we continue to peddle a lie about Iran. Again, come back. Show me the one terrorist attack that Iran, and don't say, well, some proxy, but that Iran itself has organized and carried out a terrorist attack. We can show you lots that the Americans have done inside Iran. I mean, if not direct support for the MEK, which has carried out multiple terrorist attacks and assassinations inside Iran. I mean, the United States doesn't even hide the fact that it funds it.
And by the way, let me ask you a question, because I saw yesterday on social media, I don't have it. Unfortunately, I didn't set it aside. But because of Israel's basic unrestricted warfare, and they're now assassinating everybody, and they're trying to destroy the organs of state. They are at war with Iran, of course. but they were showing a drone, an overhead drone shot of a policeman at a checkpoint in the city where he was directing traffic, and they had a missile going and blow the guy up, and they just showed it straight up on there. As I understand, that's a war crime, because that's not a combatant. That's
Right.
just somebody who's serving civil police function to keep the state functioning on the inside. Is that a legitimate target?
No, it's not a legitimate target, but let's be honest about it. The United States has a long history of doing that. Go back to World War II and our bombing of civilian areas in Germany and in Japan. We killed in Japan from 1st of March of 1945 through August 9th with the dropping of the bomb in Nagasaki. We killed over 700,000 Japanese civilians. 100,000 of them were roasted in a fire that started by our bombers in Tokyo back in March. More than 100,000. So, and this has been one of the problems that I have with the Air Force. They can drop bombs from 25,000 feet. They don't see the burning flesh, the mangled bodies. They don't have to look in anybody's eyes. It's just, it's an explosion on the ground. They never, rarely are they have to confront the human cost. Whereas, people like yourself on the ground, you smell the burning flesh.
Yes.
And it affects, this is why there's a lot of post-traumatic stress syndrome out of soldiers that encounter those kinds of horrors. The human psyche is not met up to absorb that kind of massacre. Well, so we've got it very accustomed to killing civilians from the air. So, when they try to make it about the little schoolgirls, we have to discredit that as much as possible. Because if you got the pilots really thinking about the fact you've killed children that are the same age as your children, you have to live with that. And at some point, the conscience of some of these men kicks in.
Yeah, and the problem is some of the senior leaders who gave the orders don't seem to be suffering from that. By the way, we just have this breaking news here that related to what you had talked about a minute ago, that the F-35 is now publicly being acknowledged that it had made an emergency landing, so it didn't actually knock it down. So apparently the pilot got home there. And according to the article, Captain Hawkins spoke to the U.S. CENTCAN, said that the fifth-gen fighter was flying a combat mission over Iran when it was forced to make an emergency landing, and the investigation is under fire. So it was hit by enemy fire over Iran, which would seem to imply that we don't have the complete mastery of the sky that we keep claiming.
Well, yeah. Where did he make the emergency landing? I don't believe a damn thing our government reports. Maybe the plane crashed in Iran, and they had a CSAR, a combat search and rescue team that got on, was able to get across the border, rescue the pilot, and get out. That's possible. But
it doesn't actually say where he made the emergency landing.
Emergency landing, it's not like there are lots of airfields to choose from. It's not like, we got hit over Long Island, so are we going to land at LaGuardia or JFK or Newark or, it's not like you got a multitude of airstrips there to choose from. So again, this is, the nearest airfields are, Doha in Qatar. We got Al Udeid Air Force Base. You got the base in Dubai, or the international airport in Dubai. You've got a base in Bahrain. You've got an airfield in Kuwait, but they've been damaged.
Yeah.
How about
one of the questions I want to ask you is what the potential ramifications of this are. I remember, I think it was the very first press conference with the Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, made a point of describing in detail. He said, we had started in the first few days of this with the standoff weapons, the Tomahawks, and I think the JASSMs and some of these other categories. But he said, now we're doing stand-in because we have obliterated their air defenses and we're able to fly in. Well, I got it from another source yesterday who has colleagues, will say, in the region, and they said that when they're looking at the bombers going up, they still see all standoff weapons, ones that have like over 400 miles of range, etc. And now that you see, if you're trying to fire stand in, which this F-35 potentially was, because it's over Iran, it's getting shot. Well, what is that going to do to our inventory of the standoff if we're still using them a lot?
Yeah, no, we're running low on those now. I think we had a pretty large supply of JASSMs, so we're not in a critical level. Unlike what's going on with the PAC-3s on the Patriots or the THAAD missiles, those are exhausted or at the point of exhaustion. And when I'm saying the point of exhaustion, I doubt we have enough inventory to last another week if Iran continues to launch 30 to 40 ballistic missiles per day. So, we're going to be out on that front. But
okay, so I'm sorry, but that begs another question. Let's just, and I'm not talking about the likelihood of this is not even relevant, but in the event that a Pearl Harbor type attack comes out of nowhere, and for whatever reason, just pick it, China decides that they do something that hits us in the Asia Pacific somewhere. I won't even say that we're going to war over Taiwan, but maybe it doesn't matter. But for any reason, we're now in a fight with the superpower of China, or God forbid something weird happens in Europe and we get fighting actually Russian forces, and now then we're in a fight against them. What are we going to do for air defense if we're almost out of the PAC-3s right now?
Yeah, right now the estimate. So Indo-PACOM had 3 batteries or 3 battalions of Patriot batteries. So a Patriot battalion consists of 4 to 6 batteries, actual launchers. So if we go on the low side, 4 launchers, and they come either with 72 or 96. So, let's just make it easy, 80 and 100 to round it up. So if they got 100 and you got 4 batteries, that means you got 400 missiles. Whereas if you've got, or you got 320 missiles. So somewhere in the range between 320 and 400 PAC-4s, that's if you got 4 batteries. If you got 6 batteries, that takes you to 480 or 600. 600 battery, let's go with the 600. That's you can then shoot down potentially 300 Chinese missiles. Do you think the Chinese have a few more than 300 missiles? We'll be done in 2 or 3 days. Then we're out.
And we've been seeing, at least so far,
it's
between
out.
5 and 10% success rate of those that are fired.
Right. Yeah, and so then we're out, and it's not like, flip the switch and crank out another 100. We're only producing on the PAC-3s around 50 per month. Okay, 600 a year. They got 620. Let's say maybe we can get it up to 700 a year. That gives you the ability to take out 350 missiles. What we have seen, what's one of the characteristics now of war in the 21st century that we've seen on the battlefield in Ukraine is Russia, in the course of the last 4 years, 1 month, have fired over 12,000 missiles. And our capability is to produce an air defense system that can take out 350.
Yeah, to me that is the one of the most egregious failures of our command and our senior political leaders. They are obliterating our potential to defend ourselves, which was already limited by myopically focusing on this war that never should have been fought and doesn't benefit us at all, and it's coming at great potential cost elsewhere. Our national security has been weakened because of this.
Yeah,
and that's already.
Now, the United States has always predicted that China is going to invade Taiwan. I don't think the Chinese will do that. I think the Chinese will win it the old-fashioned way through diplomacy and economic pressure. At some point, the Taiwanese will realize that the United States is no longer a viable partner. They may have got married to us, but all of a sudden they realize we're a chronic alcoholic, a drug abuser, and violent at home. So we're not pleasant to live with.
Right. Yeah, and it's a big problem. Listen, I know you're about out of time here. Before we let you go, though, there's one last thing I want to show here, and this one's painful for me because Gary and I are both followers of Jesus Christ. We consider ourselves Bible-believing Christians. And so the fact that Jesus is going to be trotted out here to support Hegseth's warlust is deeply offensive and painful to us. But because we're unintimidated and uncompromised, we got to show you all the truth, even when it's something like this.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
My 13-year-old son popped into my office last night while I was editing these remarks. He asked about the war and the families I met at Dover. And I looked at him and I said, they died for you, son, so that your generation doesn't have to deal with a nuclear Iran. It's the truth. And they did. So to the families who said, finish this, we will. And I say the same to every American who wants peace through strength. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus Christ.
No, that's not what Jesus Christ is about. When you're telling me that, telling your kid that those people died for your supply, that is a gross lie. If anything, I'm going to pray that Jesus Christ will get into the minds of these people and bring them to their senses so they'll stop the war they chose and that they sent these kids to die unnecessarily. That's where the prayers need to go. Just give you the last word.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This kind of religious nonsense, when if you really believe in Jesus, Jesus loves the Iranians too, and yet
Exactly.
here we use Jesus to justify doing everything that goes against the very essence of Christianity. So it is. I'll leave judgment to God. Pete Hegseth, if he really believes in an afterlife, he'll have to answer for this, for causing the deaths, helping cause the deaths of 170 girls. And remember, Pete, what Jesus said about those who harm children. It's better that they be tied to a rock and thrown into the ocean.
The sea, yeah. Indeed, he did. Well, listen, I appreciate it. I know you got to run. You got.
Yes, it's really great to have you back on, Ali. Well, let's get to the breaking news, shall we? Everyone hit the like button as we speak. That helps ensure that this video gets shared far and wide. So how about we start with Ali, the breaking reports about what happened to Qatar and Saudi Arabia last night. Iran, as promised, retaliated after Israel hit the Pars Sands gas.
And Qatar just released a statement crying, saying Iran destroyed 17% of their gas production. It's going to take them 5 years to fix it. They can't believe Iran did this. And Iran let them know, yeah, and if Israel or the U.S. attack our gas again, we will erase your gas production.
Site, which is the world's largest. And they promised they were going to hit gas and oil sites all across the region, and that's exactly what they did. Here's just a brief ABC News report about what happened, and then we have more updates and breaking news developments per various sources on Iran's retaliation. But here is this.
Shockwaves and uncertainty over oil and gas prices only worsening tonight. Flames shooting into the air as Israel bombs the world's largest gas field in Iran and the backbone of the country's energy sector. Video circulating online shows the flames and smoke engulfing the refinery. Israel's move comes just hours after the US dropped multiple 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs on Iranian missile sites along the coastline in the Strait of Hormuz. The US says they targeted cruise missiles that Iran could use on oil tankers and ships passing through that critical waterway. Tonight, Iran retaliating to Israel's attack on its gas fields with a furious missile barrage across the region. This huge explosion in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, seen in video posted on social media. In the skies over Dubai tonight, air defenses knocking down incoming Iranian drones and missiles. Iran also striking the world's largest liquefied natural gas terminal in Qatar. Extensive damage reported. The Qataris condemning the attack, calling it a dangerous escalation. Iran tonight with this dire new warning, saying if you attack our oil and gas facilities, we'll do the same.
So Ali, that's just one single report, but there's been more news on this. Not only this, so that critical LNG hub in Qatar was actually hit not once, but it was hit twice. So according to Tehran Times, the Roslafin oil and gas facility was hit again. This includes also not just Qatar, but Saudi Arabia was hit in a major way by a drone strike. So here's a report from Sputnik News. A drone struck the Semref oil refinery in western Saudi Arabia, which processes over 400,000 barrels per day. And then here's another report about confirmation that the Yanbu oil refinery in Saudi Arabia off the Red Sea coast was hit as well. And Ali, we have Haifa as we speak being hit in Israel by Iranian missile fire. It's the largest and most critical fuel facility that supplies 50 to 60% of Israel's fuel. Now, Ali, as all this is happening, and I just want your reaction now to all of this, we have a suspected F-35 damaged by suspected Iranian fire. It was made an emergency landing over Iranian airspace. And as you're speaking, Ali, I just want your reactions to all of this, because this seems like a very critical moment in the war. Oil prices are absolutely skyrocketing, well above $100 per barrel for Brent crude. New York Times says the economic crisis could be worse than 2008. Your reaction to these critical developments and how the war is going thus far now that these developments are occurring?
So I was just watching Donald Trump talking to Prime Minister of Japan about 20 minutes ago, and he was repeating the same propaganda lie that Iranian missile capabilities and Iranian drone capabilities are almost finished. And then he said laughingly that they almost have zero anti-air defense capabilities. And so, but same time, the story of F-35 being damaged over Iran's sky comes out, and also the story of not only the regional refineries and oil facilities, but also in Haifa. That's very important. In Haifa is coming out. So I think it's time for those people who are slightly wiser in the United States and the West to end their delusion about Iran's power, because Iranians have been very clear about what they do. Iranians are not playing these really complicated, cunning games the way that Donald Trump does. They are very honest, and they say what they want to do, and then they deliver it. Mr. Marandi, who has been on your program many times, said last year during 12 Days War and before that, that if ever our oil facilities get targeted, we will target Qatar first of all. And you can see, and people were laughing at Mr. Marandi. And I remember Piers Morgan said, oh, you are a big mouth, you say many things, and none of these things mean anything. Now, where is Piers Morgan to see what Marandi delivered as a message from Iranian military servicemen and decision makers were exactly executed? And that's going to have a massive effect on everyone, including Piers Morgan, because 17% of the second biggest LNG producer in the world after the United States has disappeared from the market overnight. And that means that anyone using LNG and other forms of gas in the world, including in the United States and Britain, they're going to pay higher gas bills next month. So I think it's time for people to take Iran seriously and what they say. And Iranians have said, if we are not going to be able to have our safety and security here, no one in the region and Israel are not going to have it either. So what happened in the last 48 hours, if I'm allowed, let me just have a recap. Israel, who was achieving almost nothing apart from bombing civilian houses. And they've done a lot, don't get me wrong. They have destroyed 42,000 civilian buildings so far in Iran. 42,000 civilian buildings. People like living in the whole blocks going down. They have achieved, in that sense, they've achieved a lot of war crimes. But in terms of real military objectives, they've achieved nothing. So about 2 days ago, they assassinated Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's National Security Council. And that's very important because this assassination is absolute violation of international law. When they were assassinating people like Yahya Sinwar and people like in Hamas, the pseudo-explanation was that these people are from a designated organization. When they assassinated Qasem Soleimani, they said, they had designated IRGC 6 months earlier. But Ali Larijani was a civilian politician who had no connection to any terrorist organization, and assassinate him in the middle of Tehran was absolute war crime with a violation of every international law. And no one in the Western countries has condemned this. Second thing, Israel is selling these attacks as form of artificial intelligent oriented smart wars. And let me tell you, the way they assassinated Larijani and the day after they assassinated Khatib, the intelligence minister in Iran, had nothing to do with the smart wars. In order to detect where he is, they come up with 6 or 7 different places and they bomb all of them in a blind way. So in the place that they finally found Ali Larijani, which was his daughter's house in a very kind of poor suburb of Tehran, they killed 105 people and they killed equal amount of people in 5 other destinations. So 400, 200, 300 people getting killed to get one of Iranian politicians. Yeah, and that's what they call a smart wars. After assassination of Ali Larijani, they thought because he was de facto the most powerful person kind of running the state in their narrative, they thought it's going to produce a shock and awe moment, and they can go after that in a heavy way. So that's when they went for South Pars oil field, because they thought Iranians are a bit confused, and that's when they can hit them hard, and then they can push them into not responding and being confused. Many of them, softer voices and the liberal voices in Iran were saying that Iran should not retaliate, especially against Qatar and Saudi, because that's what Israel wanted. Israel's aim is for Arab countries to join the United States and then basically extend this coalition against Iran. Nonetheless, IRGC and Iranian army hit Qatar hard and they went for Saudi. And look at that. Unlike what these people were warning Iran, that Saudi and Qatar will join the coalition, even United States relinquished the responsibility and denied any knowledge about the thing. Even United States backed off and retreated. That's why it's important to understand. It's a different time, and Iranians are not going to negotiate or hesitate whether they attack or not. They've said it clearly. Any form of attack will be met by twice more attack on the region and on Israel. Second problem, we are on day 20 of the war. So far, United States has got a lot of hit. These hits are not being reported in the West. Yesterday in my show, I was just reading, in one day it was about like 7 rounds of missile attacks, 4 rounds of drones, coordinated with Iraqi resistance, coordinated with Hezbollah. So far, Houthis and Ansarullah have not even appeared on the scene. They've been kept for much later developments and phases of the war. Yeah? And so you don't see that. But so far, I think American bases are almost finished. If it was up to Trump, he would have closed on American bases tomorrow and he would have left the region. But I agree, Israel hasn't been hit hard enough. And that's important. As long as Israel as long as enough pain is not inflicted on Israel itself, this war would not end. But no one in Iran was expecting the Israel pain to start before like day 30, day 35. Iranians have been very clear saying that we are taking out layer by layer of Israelis' air defense rings, and it's going to take a while. Last time in the 12 days war back in June 2025, it took about 8 or 9 days for us to take it away, and then that's when we started using our heavy missiles like Khorramshahr 4 and Khaybar. And that's when Israelis realized the pain and they asked for ceasefire and they forced Trump to negotiate for a ceasefire. This time it's going to take a while because Israelis were prepared. They had much more anti-air missiles. And so only now the pain against Israel is starting. Only in the last 2 or 3 days, Iranians have brought out the heavy missiles. And not only now, we are hearing big damages to Israeli important infrastructures and facilities. Yesterday, they went for Tel Aviv train station. Today, they went for Haifa's refinery. So be patient. Give it another week. And then you realize what Iranians can do. And all this like myth of Iranians running out of missiles and running out of drones is another delusional lie that they are telling the public. The same lie they were saying that if Iranian leader is assassinated, Iranian will surrender the way that Venezuelans did. These are lies and delusional lies which are only given to the public. No, Iran has enough drones and missiles to fight this war for more than a year. For years. And the second lie, they're saying that Iranian capability for manufacturing missiles and drones are destroyed. How can it be? Iran is an original manufacturer of these things. These are native industries in Iran. They're all Iranian inventions. And Iran has like 92 million population, enough mineral mines, and produces everything. It's an autarkic country. It's a self-sufficient country, thanks to 14 years of sanctions and 47 years of isolation coming from the United States. Yes, Iran would have run out of missiles if you had attacked it in 1987 when it was a young state. But now, 47 years of isolation means Iran will never run out of anything because it's capable of producing everything in a self-sufficient way. Iran doesn't buy its missile from China or Russia. Iran doesn't buy the bits and pieces of drones from other countries, produces everything. And let me tell you something more interesting. As we are talking, today is day 20. In the last 20 days, Iranians have already upgraded their drones. They have already upgraded their missiles because as the war is developing, as they get the information of how the missiles have hit, which one of them have been intercepted, and then how the enemies like drones have hit in Iran, etc., they are going downstairs, they're going to the basement, they're going down the ground, and they ask engineers that, can you like develop it and can you upgrade it this way or that way? It's a very dynamic situation in Iran. Iranians are like, they are changing and what's the word? They are changing and upgrading their weapons as we go. So I think it's very important that Trump, especially Trump and Hexed, are giving big lies to the public. And Iran is counting on this war to be very long. No one in the establishment in Iran is in rush to end this war. So even if Trump comes tomorrow and offer Iran some form of peace deal, no one in Iran will accept because they know as long as Israel hasn't been punished enough, hasn't learned the lesson to the level that Israel will not attack Iran for at least 10 to 15 years. Iranians know that anything short of a peace deal, a deterrence for 10 to 15 years, it means nothing. It's not useful. And let me tell you why from a real political point of view. Because a lot of Iranian infrastructure has been damaged. And if Iran wants to build it, Iran will need some investment from China. Iran will need investment from other places. And who would invest in a country which is open to possibility of another invasion or attack in 3 years' time, in 2 years' time? Especially Iran's petrochemical and oil infrastructures, they need like long-term investment, even before this war, because they were exhausted and they were getting old because of sanctions. They wanted 15 years of stability. So as long as Iran hasn't revived its deterrence for a good 10 to 15 years, this war will not end. Iran is not rushed to end it.
Yeah. Those are great points, Ali, and really put all this into the context that is not being considered, of course, by Washington, but that means, unfortunately, people in the United States. and the West are woefully starved of this kind of information. Now, I wanted to show, you said Trump is big lying right now, and it is not just you who is saying this. So the hit on Qatar Energy is that critical hub supplies 20% of all gas in the world. Now, Donald Trump said he had a huge response to this, massive response. I don't know if you saw it, Ali, on Truth Social, shared all over X. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically what he says is he had nothing to do, the United States had nothing to do with what happened to the South Pars gas field. He said that Qatar had nothing to do with any of this. So why would it be struck? He promised that Israel would not hit energy sites anymore. And he, of course, threatened to bomb South Pars even more, heavier if Iran does not stop its attacks on regional oil and gas and energy sites. And then, of course, he says he's not going to do it because of the impact it would have on Iranian people, he claims. Now, I wanted to show this, Ali, because it completely contradicts. The Wall Street Journal came out today and talked about how all across the Gulf region, land-based missiles have been used against Iran since the beginning, since February 20th, actually in the initial strike. So this completely contradicts the claim that the Gulf region has nothing to do with this war, that Qatar has nothing to do with anything that the United States is doing. It just shows a complete and lack of utter respect to the truth, Ali. But I wanted your reaction to this because what Iran is doing is so important. It is causing all kinds of panic, I believe, and shock. And it just seems like the truth is completely belying the entire situation when it comes to the Trump and the U.S. and Israeli side. But your reaction to this?
So, first of all these countries have something to do with this war because for many years, these countries sat back and enjoyed Iran being sanctioned by United States, Iran being bullied by United States, and they all thought Iran's lack of action and Iran's restraint is because of weakness. Now they realize it wasn't because of Iran's weakness. Iran's restraint was because they didn't want to bring war to the region. And finally, after having tried every possible means for peace, including sending Omani foreign minister the night before the war started on Friday, 27th of February, to CBS, saying that Iran is even willing to discuss and negotiate about this missile program, everything. Iran showed absolute goodwill. And when the war started, Ayatollah Khamenei had said before, this is going to be a regional war. Now, let me just give you one example. These South Pars refineries, they take the kind of oil and gas from South Pars field. This South Pars field is a joint oil and gas field coming between Iran and Qatar. For the last 20 years, because of sanctions, Iran hasn't managed to finish its facilities of extracting gas and oil, and Qataris have done it. The price, I don't know, the numbers are crazy. They go about $600-700 billion, some people say. So Qataris have been plundering a joint gas and oil field, and Iran hasn't managed to take its part because of sanctions. So Israelis come and destroy Iran's facilities now, so Qataris can take even more. So no, this is not a war only between Iran and the United States. United States has shares in all these companies. United States is the number one beneficiary of what's happening in Qatar, UAE, and Saudi. These are vassal states. They are client states for the United States. Even this Qatar field, which was bombed yesterday, has it had a deal recently with ExxonMobil and has a lot of joint ventures with American companies, same as Aramco and same as UAE companies. So they are not these are not sovereign Arab countries that Iran has invaded. Look at that. All the securities are run by United States. These are states of United States, with the difference that possibly Wisconsin at least has a senator in the Senate and has few congressmen, whereas Qatar has no congressman in the United States. And when the United States wants the money, they go and offer the money and they buy American bond, and then they have little say. So no, Iran didn't attack Qatar. Iran attacked American interests, which was located in Qatar. That's number one. Number two, from Iranian point of view, there is no difference between Israel and America. I know in United States, in the West, especially many people, including myself, we talk about the fact that America has been hacked by Israel, and that's true. But from Iranian leadership's point of view, they cannot differentiate. They say a missile comes to us from a joint war from Israel and America. We hit back both of them. We cannot differentiate. We are not going to sit back and study for 3 weeks to see whether it was Israel with the knowledge of United States or not. Israel hits us, America gets hit back. America hits us, both of them hit back. We don't care. And number three, important thing, this is an amazing statement. After 19 days of Trump saying that Iran has been obliterated, Iran doesn't exist anymore, Iran means nothing, Iran is like ex-Iran, Iranian missiles don't come anymore. Suddenly he comes in a very, very polite way, apologetic way, and shrugging his shoulders, saying that, I didn't know, please don't hit again, let's just be friends, don't hit again. Of course, in his own style, at the end he has to come and show his bully side and say, if you hit, I'm going to hit back. But what can you do? Mr. Trump, what can you do? You want to hit the whole thing? As you threaten to take over Khark Island, what can you do? Trump is showing an embarrassing level of lack of political shrewdness here and depth, because he is claiming things which next day, if he had consulted any of his military personnel, not Peter Hegseth, who's a thug, if he had consulted any of his more experienced generals in the army, they would have told him, don't say that. Let me just give you a few examples. Example number one, bombing Khark Island's oil facilities. You know what's going to happen if they do that? That means the water around Khark Island in Persian Gulf is going to be absolutely polluted, which is not going to be useful for water salination. Iran doesn't care about that. Only 2% of Iranian water comes from water salination centers, whereas 70% of the Gulf water comes from water salination. So attacking Khark and bombing Khark Island's oil facility means Qatar, part of Bahrain, and UAE are going to stay thirsty for the rest of the year. So he's coming up with things that he hasn't even looked into the consequences. Second, most amazing and ironic thing, taking out Iranian oil and destroying Iranian refineries means that it's going to be less petrochemicals, less oil, and less LNG in general in the world. What happens? The price will go up. That's why Trump allows Iran to export its oil. It's very funny. While Iran has put a sanction on all these Arab countries, and Iran, a country which suffered from sanction for 14 years, now is sanctioning the West, saying that no more oil for you. But the United States is staying silent, allowing Iranian tankers going wherever they want to go. Why? Because if 2 million barrels a day Iranian oil are also taken out of the market, the oil would not stay on 127. It's going to go to 150 tomorrow. So in a sense, you can see how desperate Trump is and how he has cornered himself in this situation that he cannot move left and right. If you put more pressure on Iran, the oil is going to go up further. So if he's talking about troops coming to Iran, Iranians say, as Arakshi said, yes, we are waiting for them because we don't have the chance to confront you face to face. Please send us a troop. And all of this is based on the caricaturish misrepresentation of Iran and its military power, because from day one, they depicted Iran as a very small, weakened country which is going to collapse or surrender. If they had looked into the ability of Iran and how deep-rooted native the military was and how decentralized the command was, they wouldn't have entered the war in the first place. Or if they had, they would have prepared themselves for a very long costly war. And I'm sure in that situation, they would have realized it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. So we're in a situation that attacking Iran is almost becoming unbelievably costly for the United States. But at the same time, he has no off-ramp because all his off-ramps are destroyed. So he has to wait for losing more and more, especially in economy, for the next 3-4 weeks without being able to do anything specific about that.
Yeah, well, your words, Ali, are bearing fruits in, of course, reality. Just minutes before this program, it was announced that the United States is pursuing at least $200 billion more to continue this war. It says that Donald Trump has supposedly not decided what to do with these 2,500 or so Marines that are sailing within the next week from Japan, and they'll get to the Middle East at some point in a week or so. And Scott Bessent just said, Ali, that they're going to the United States will possibly relieve sanctions, eradicate sanctions from sitting Iranian oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. It's such an absurd, when I listen to that, I just think of absurdity. But what's your assessment of this? Because these are the kind of moves that the United States are actually making. We saw the downed F-35. We're seeing the inability to protect militarily all of these gas and oil sites. But when it comes to political machinations of all of this, we're also seeing digging in, an attempt to dig in despite all of these crises that are mounting. What's your assessment of that? Why the U.S. is digging in despite all of these issues? You said there's no off ramp. Well, here's the ramp that they are choosing. The on ramp.
No off ramp anymore. So things have changed for Iran. Iran is not the same Iran anymore. This a month ago would have really forced Iranian, especially the infighting inside Iran and the different factions, to put pressure on the leadership, saying that, come on, this is amazing, and we should grab the offer and go for detente with the United States, normalize relationship, de-escalate. Now things have changed, and Trump has changed everything. Trump has assassinated Iranian spiritual leader, and that itself is something which cannot be compensated by removing sanctions. His followers, which is at least 20% of Iranian society, and they are not going to accept any deal like this as an off-ramp, number one. Second, as I said, a lot of Iranian infrastructure has been damaged, and Iran doesn't want anything short of reviving its deterrence and having a long-lasting peace. Taking out sanctions doesn't matter anymore, because in a sense, Danny, Trump helped Iran by changing his expectation and raising the bar of his pain threshold. The threshold was so high in the 12 Days War, and this one, assassinating every commander, coming with this shock and awe, everything. And so he hardened the country. Now, in a sense, Iran is terror-proof, is assassination-proof, because has experienced such a acute pain of losing its leadership in a very surprising attack. And at the same time, Iran has experienced its own power. Now the people who a month ago would say, let's not get into a big war with the superpower, now they've discovered how much potential Iran has. A month ago, even I wouldn't think having the chokehold of a Strait of Hormuz is more powerful than nuclear bomb. I'm one of the people who's been arguing that Iran should get hold of nuclear power for its deterrence. And now I think Iran doesn't need that. The Strait of Hormuz is stronger than any hydrogen bomb, yeah? And we wouldn't know that. And Iran is not going to give this away. So the world should understand that from now on, Iran is in charge of the Strait of Hormuz. Same way that Iran's most important allies in Yemen are in charge of Bab al-Mandab, the second biggest strait, which is the opening to the Red Sea. So the things are changing. And the United States could have avoided this if he had given an inch to Iran a month ago. Go and read all these like infos were coming out and saying that Iranians were absolutely cooperative back in January, in February, and they really, really didn't want this war. Yeah? So Trump created this war. Trump forced Iran into a war of existence, and now Iran has picked it up and will not leave it until it's achieved its objective, which is a punitive measure deep enough on America and Israel to create long-lasting peace. Second thing is, people would think that Iran is acting as madman, coming out, shooting missiles here, left and right. But I've been surprised to see there's a chess play underneath these like attacks. Iran has been so calculating. It's unbelievable for me to watch. I've been critical of many of these things before, but now I can see this it's like almost like weaving carpet, Iranian carpet, with so much precision. They're not only attacking places to scare these like Gulf countries. They are basically hitting the basis of petrodollar. They're attacking America, the base of America's financial system. You've heard this possibly, that Iran allows any tanker which deals oil in yuan RMB to pass the Strait of Hormuz. So as long as you are not part of petrodollar, you're welcome to cross the Strait of Hormuz. And that's interesting. Iran, Russia, and China are coordinated, whether directly, knowingly, or even in terms of the logic, invisible logic. They are so coordinated. If United States wants to have more oil, now has to release and relax some of Russian sanctions. Then they have to relax Iranian sanctions. Then all of them, Iran says that the oil should be dealt in yuan RMB in benefit of China and in order to de-dollarize things. So wherever you look at, whatever the United States does, it backfires in itself. So that's the interesting time. So moving 1 second from this very heated war, it seems that Donald Trump unknowingly accelerated the move of history, because history was moving towards this multipolarity. And Trump, with his stupidity, just accelerated it, yeah? Just accelerated de-dollarization, just accelerated the weakening and decline of American empire. And I'm sure at the end of this war, many things which have taken like 3-4 years, we already have achieved in terms of decline of American empire. And one more point you said.
Sure.
As someone from Iran who has witnessed how sanctions destroyed lives of at least 3 generations, I've witnessed how 3 or 4 million Iranians migrated out of Iran because of sanctions, how it destroyed Iranian universities' research. And Iran really, really tried everything to remove some of the sanctions through negotiation and goodwill and doing its obligations in JCPOA and didn't achieve anything. For me, it's very ironic that now America is removing Iran's sanction, because at the end of the day, it's a lesson in realism. You need to bring like Mearsheimer. It's a lesson in realism. The power comes from the cannon, from the gun, not from diplomacy.
Yeah. And they're claiming, Scott Besson was claiming, Ali, that this was going to weaken Iran. First of all, sanctions are supposed to weaken Iran. So getting rid of sanctions are supposed to weaken Iran now. I mean, it is quite the mental gymnastics. And I want to emphasize that what you're saying about the Strait of Hormuz is absolutely 100% true, because Iran has just announced that they are going to start, instituting a toll in the Strait of Hormuz. That is an assertion of control of that waterway, which Ali, Iran has already demonstrated throughout this war that they are shipping close to, if not as much oil as they were before the war even started. So they are demonstrating just through these actions that they not only control this, and how that's a huge statement, not only just for the Iranian people, but for the world. That means the entirety of the global economy has changed because of U.S.-Israeli aggression that, as you said, is hurting people, is killing people, is damaging civilian infrastructure, but it is not. I mean, what I just said there about the Strait of Hormuz was not part of the objectives that the U.S. and Israel were pursuing. Quite the contrary.
So it's interesting. You know that yesterday, Wednesday, Sri Lanka announced it as a day off for everyone. They closed the country. And Philippines has asked its people to have 4 days, if I'm not wrong, 4 days a week, remote working from home. So the effect of this is very similar to COVID pandemic. And so so far it's been more than Ukraine and Russia war. So it's massive. So you're going to see in a couple of weeks, if it continues, which I think it will continue, if it continues, you will see the effect in the Western countries as well, in the transport system, in partial closures of the transport system here and there. So it's interesting that Donald Trump is almost, as I said, inadvertently, he's almost creating something which may lead to a financial crisis. It's like something which can have immense impact. And he didn't even think about that before going there. That's why European countries are so angry with him. They're so angry with him because they're going to pay the price one way or another. If they join him, which they're not going to do so because they know Iran will punish them as well. If they join him to open the Strait of Hormuz, they're going to pay a price one way, which actually is not possible to open a Strait of Hormuz. A young 18-year-old boy with a shoulder-holding rocket propeller can close a Strait of Hormuz. So talking about opening a Strait of Hormuz is a joke. So if they come in, is one problem. If they don't come in, they still have to deal with the increased prices and increased inflation on everything. And Trump didn't negotiate with any of them. According to Wall Street Journal, only 4 people were in the negotiation team and decision making. Rubio, Hexed, I think Vance, Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. Yeah? A very small group were in discussion with Trump to attack and how to attack. And so he has imposed massive consequences for the whole globe without even going through the usual American institutions. Compare this with Iraq war in 2003, which was another illegitimate, illegal war imposed from the United States. But back then, George W. Bush, who was another warmonger, but at least he had to go through Congress, he had to go through Senate, they had all these different commissions, they had many study groups, universities were involved. Then they went to United Nations. Then Colin Powell came and tried to persuade the Security Council for this. They talked to Europeans. Chirac famously said, no, that was a fissure between Europe and America. Nonetheless, they could grab Britain. Tony Blair went along. So at least they went through 100 times more procedure than this. And even back then, I remember I was much younger. I was beginning of my taking part in anti-war movement. People were saying that that's not good enough. America should make a proper global coalition. That's not a real global coalition. But when you compare it with today, that was way more a cooperative attempt than comparison with this. 4 people of a gang have decided to do this. Mafia organizations have better decision-making processes to do their killing and to do their action than this one. It's incredible. I think American people should be very, very angry with what Trump has done to them, because every time they're filling the tank, they should know that this is not a war that the government has done. This is a war that Trump and 4 of his pals have done. That's not government. A man and 4 of his pals. Even in dictatorships, they have better decision making. A dictator has people in his court, and who have his ears, and they discuss behind the scenes. This is incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even if there are, for example, Ali, Israel, and of course financial interests, military-industrial complex interests, even if they all have interests in going to war with Iran, of trying to destroy Iran, regime change Iran, for whatever the reasons, right? Iran as an alternative, Iran's political system, Iran's relationship with Russia, all these reasons, regardless, the whole entirety of the mainstream media, for the most part, other than Fox News, is not happy with the way that this went down. And that, I think, is a huge indication of exactly what you said, which is not only the decision making, but also the methodology, the way that this war has been carried out is causing a lot of anger all throughout, even the establishment, which then begs the question, Ali. There's so many lies about Iran right now going all across the political spectrum in the United States and the West. Air defense systems, despite 17 aircraft plus down, Hermes drones, and MQ-9 Reapers, and now the F-35 that had to emergency land today. And then you have all the missiles are gone, right? The missiles, they don't have any more missiles. Iran does. Well, according to data that was calculated here, Iran actually on March 18th recorded just as many in terms of volume missile and drone strikes than it did at the beginning of this war. And so that is not true. And then, of course, there's air dominance, all of these lies happening right now, Ali. Militarily, it seems that Iran, there's a huge campaign to try to portray Iran as too weak. In large part, I'm wondering why that you think that is still, and what exactly can we expect from here? Because Iran is saying they're going to keep going and going and going, and there are now some who are wondering that these missile and drone strikes are becoming more and more and more in recent days. Well, maybe Iran has even more up its sleeve than what we've seen thus far.
It doesn't have to necessarily become more, because remember, Danny, the first few weeks of Iran's actions they had only one objective, and the objective was to deplete anti-air missile from United States and Israel. And now we know Dubai almost has very little anti-air missile left. Most of American bases are running out of it. And Israel has started running out of many of these anti-air missiles layers. That's why now Iran can bring its slightly more expensive missiles. So that was the strategy from day one. Iranians, they don't even follow the news. Those who are behind the launchers, they are not even following the news. So Trump is wasting his time doing these psychological warfare, saying that they'll run out of missiles or not. Because those who are in charge, they have made a decision before that, and they prepared themselves for losing the chain of command, because they knew that assassination is possibly the most powerful and common weapon of Israel, because they know Israel is a terrorist state, and so that's possible. So they've been told that if you don't hear anything from the center, that's the map. You have to go for the next 2 weeks, and then week 3, week 4, week 5, week 7, week 8, week 9, week 10. So what they did, they designated many layers of command. So if the first commander is killed and martyred, second layer, third layer, up to 8 layers, I've heard, of commandship has been designated in case of assassinations. And also they've been given a program of what they do for the next few months. And in the next few months, first depletion, then you bring your big boys and your big drones and missiles, and you start going for this bank of targets. So from Iranian point of view, this diagram has nothing to do with how Americans, Israelis have destroyed Iranian launchers. And let me tell you, actually, what Trump and Netanyahu say about hitting Iranian launchers, part of it is true, but actually that adds to Iran's power. Yesterday, I was talking to someone and saying that in Kermanshah, they're bringing big men, 110 kilogram, 200 pounds men. They're bringing them back in a small bag of 5 kilogram. They are the young Iranian boys who are behind the launchers, missile launchers, despite all the possibility of assassination and threat. And they stay there and they go. If one of them gets martyred, next one goes. One launcher gets destroyed, they bring the next launcher from the depots. Yeah, and that's the important resilience that country has. That's why they are talking nonsense when they think Iran is made of missiles and drones. Iran is made of people who have immense resilience and will to resist because they're defending the country against aggressors. I'm sure if an aggressive country would have attacked the United States, people would have behaved differently than those people who are sent 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away from homes to go and kill strangers that they don't even understand why they're there. So that's why, because Iranians are defending, and this is a strong ideology they have for the independence. They have a lot of will to be behind the launchers, getting martyred, next one come, and at the same time manufacturing more launchers. That's why the image sold about Iran is nonsense and absurd and lie from beginning to end, that Iran is running everything. Iran doesn't run out of anything. So that's why these missiles will continue, and then they just, in the last 4 days, every single missile has been either with a warhead of 1 or 2,000 kilogram. 2,000 kilogram. Most of them are cluster heads or multi-heads. So when they go up, it's impossible for Israelis to detect them. And that's why every day passing, the pain will be more and more on Israel. So let me just tell you why the lie. The lie comes from Israelis. Israeli think tanks and Israeli-oriented media are telling these lies to Trump and his administration, because Israel think that every day passing in this war, they are managing to destroy more of Iranian infrastructure and degrading Iran's power for the long term. Yeah? Yes, it's true. If this war would go to day 28, Israel so far has damaged a lot of Iran's infrastructure. So in a sense, if I want to show you Iran was from here and Israel, so far Israel isn't up. But on day 30, Iran would go up. And in day 40, the pain that Iran has inflicted will be much more and more. That's why I think it's still too early in the war to think about whether Israel's strategy of elongating this war by these lies is effective or not. In 2 weeks' time, I'm sure Netanyahu will be begging Trump for offering and imposing a ceasefire on Iran, the same way that he did before, back in 12 Days War.
Yeah, I mean, there are indications that that is already happening. Well, of course, these are unconfirmed reports, but there's high-level members of Israel's so-called cabinet that have already been talking about how this war has been a failure in terms of the objectives. And then there are also unverified reports, unconfirmed reports, but Dropside News reported this, that there was at least multiple attempts by the Trump administration to reach out to Iran in the wake of everything that just happened that we've out here, the F-35s, the oil and gas targeting by Iran. And of course, Iran has been very firm in its approach, which is we're not done until we get what we want. So that leads to Ali. I wanted to ask you as we get toward the hour here about, you mentioned this as being a regional war. You mentioned Yemen has not joined. Hezbollah is fighting very hard against Israel right now. The Iraqi resistance did, although the U.S. CENTCOM says differently, but the Iraqi resistance has taken credit for downing a KC-135. I mean, we have a regional war as we speak. I don't know how the United States, Ali, maybe you can help us understand how the United States and Israel can win such a war, especially when not even all of the elements have come into play. I've been surmising that when the economic situation becomes just absolutely uncontrollably and intolerably painful, that's when Yemen is actually going to come in and close Bab el-Mandeb, and that will just lead to a catastrophe that I don't know if we've ever seen before. So your thoughts on the regional nature of this war and how it affects the calculus of the trajectory of it.
We were taught this war was sold to the United States by repetition of the lie by many people, including some of the liberals who are anti-war today, saying that Iran has weakened after assassination of martyr Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and after collapse of Assad's state in Syria and his flight to Russia, and saying that Iran is weak. And that weakness became the propelled Trump to attack this thing. And now what we see the same weakened Hezbollah, the Hezbollah which was degraded and had to be fully disarmed, has really paralyzed Israel. I mean, north of Israel, not only north of Israel, Hezbollah is shooting rockets and missiles into Tel Aviv. More than 200 missiles in the first 2 weeks. And that's unbelievable. So you can see Hezbollah hasn't been degraded. Yes, partially weakened, but these are resistance group. And Iran's military is a militarily resistant state. Resistance can never be obliterated because it's in the people's, like, as Trump likes to say, DNA. If you're being attacked, invaded, and occupied, you have every bit of will to fight back. And that's why Hezbollah hasn't been degraded. And you can see that's what we've been doing. Iraqi resistance that we heard so much that is like finished, is off, and needs to be co-opted in the rest of Iraqi army. Iraqi resistance did so much that America evicted the country. You remember that last week, this time, first they gave a warning that Americans keep a low profile. Next, they realized, no, this is too dangerous. They asked every American in Iraq to leave the country. So in a sense, Iran so far, with the help of Iraqi resistance, has liberated Iraq from the leftover of American occupation. And that's very important. If Iran could finish American bases in Iraq, because still Iraq is a partially occupied country, that would be a big victory. That would be a big victory that finally, after about 23 years, with the help of Iran, Iraqi people can enjoy the freedom and liberation from Americans. That's number two. And as I said, Ansarullah's absence has been mystified by many people. Ansarullah doesn't have to come. Ansarullah's entry into this war should create shock and awe. And so Iranians don't want it now. They're like warming up. Iranians are only warming up with a very long thought plan. So Ansarullah has to come when Iran wants to get the upper hand. So far, Iran is just trying to establish itself and stabilize its position. Ansarullah will come for the end game, as I said. But let's go back to, you asked me before about Trump's and media. In his tweet in Social Truth 2 days ago, he mentioned the bad fake news media like New York Times and radical left newspapers like Wall Street Journal. So in a sense, you should be very delusional to call Wall Street Journal belonging to Murdoch. Murdoch is a man that, I don't know whether you know or not, but he's having regular private dinner with Donald Trump. And they've been very close pal until recently. But of course, Murdoch and Wall Street Journal, they have loyalty to the market and to the stock market and to the oligarchs as well. And they know this war is going to be very costly for them. So they have to publish a little bit of the truth. And Trump is very angry. So if building of Wall Street Journal and New York Times get hit by American drones, don't get surprised. I think Trump, every night going to sleep, has more grudge about his own American media at the moment than Iranians. Joking apart, I think this war, I don't see any off-ramp. Not because Trump is not going to come up with off-ramp, because Iranians are not willing to accept it, as I said before. And the only possibility for the end of this war is when there's enough resistance inside the United States, both by anti-war movement and by also inside MAGA, and also inside part of American ruling class establishment, who are witnessing how being taken hostage by Israel is damaging to their interests. This is not even 2003 war that military industrial complex was benefiting, because military industrial complex was benefiting from selling to Qatar, Saudi, and Bahrain. And these countries are not going to buy from America. They're all going to tilt to China and Russia from now on. So I don't think even military industrial complex is benefiting much from this. I think Israel is benefiting most. And as long as there is not enough resistance to liberate United States from the shackle of this Israeli hostage taking, I don't think this war can end properly. But this is an opportunity. Every day passing, I think, should be louder voices against this hostage taking and against this hacking of United States sovereignty by a bunch of like Zionists inside the United States and Netanyahu and the rest of his criminal gang.
And Ali, now finally, I this has just happened, and I just noticed the reports on it. But the Gulf states, speaking of regional war, the Gulf states came together after the Iranian strikes on Saudi, Qatari, the big ones, but also Kuwait, energy sites. They came together to condemn Iran. But now it gets even worse. Saudi Arabia is saying that patience in the Gulf is not unlimited. And Saudi's foreign minister is saying that regional neighbors have significant capabilities with which to respond to Iran's aggression. Now, this is just unbelievable, Ali, because in my estimation, if anyone is just looking at this soberly, it's the U.S. and Israel that started the war in Iran. It's the U.S. and Israel that were using the Gulf states, that, you know, Saudi Arabia and others, to launch this war in Iran. And now that Iran has retaliated in this way, now they're claiming that they're going to enter the war independently to hit back against Iran. It just it maybe help as we reach the end here, help the audience understand why this might be an absolutely absurd assertion made by Saudi Arabia.
Well, first of all, America and Israel have been running about 1,000 sorties a day. So what does Saudi Arabia want to do? They want to add 5, 10, 20 sorties a day? Let it be. From Iranian point of view, when you're being attacked by an elephant, the addition of one little mouse doesn't change anything. And let me just remind you something. Saudis might be deceived by the very expensive weaponry they bought from the United States. But using this weaponry needs some military knowledge, understanding, and will. Back in 1990, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, he also entered Saudi's territory and went up to 100 kilometers inside Saudi. Saudi, having bought all these very expensive airplanes, fighter jets, tanks from America, they realized they cannot even run them. So they called George Bush the father and begged him to come to the region to save them. And he came. He brought his bases inside the holy Islamic land of Saudi, which caused Saudis a lot of trouble later. And at the end, he sent them a check, $150 billion. So I don't think Saudis saying that the patient is not limited or unlimited has any difference. And plus, as I said, Ansarullah are waiting, a very determined organization who have lost 370,000 of its people in the war that Saudi imposed on them between 2015 and 2020. 370,000 Yemenis, most of them innocent civilians, a lot of them children, were killed by Saudis. If Saudis come into this war, Ansarullah will immediately be activated. Saudis have to remember what happened back in September 2019 when a swarm of drones came from God knows where, south of Iraq, from Yemen, who knows where, and destroyed Aramco, and they had to close the biggest oil refineries and facilities for weeks and weeks. And that was when Saudis realized that they are not a rival to Iran, and they came with the proposal to have a detente with Iran. So they should not just go and remember that event, and they shouldn't bluff at all. They are not in the position to threaten Iran. They don't have the means of threatening Iran. And Iran, when it's being attacked by the biggest military in the world, from Iranian point of view, doesn't matter that a small Qatari and Saudi armies join them or not. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to change anything beyond maybe a cosmetic kind of approach to all of this. Well, Ali, is there anything you want to...
Gives legitimacy to Ansarullah. Legitimacy to Ansarullah to re-enter this war. So as everything they did, I mean, if it wasn't for attacking Khark, Iran wouldn't have Khark Island. Iran wouldn't have the legitimacy of attacking Fujairah. If it wasn't for attacking South Pars Field, Iran wouldn't have the legitimacy to attack Qatar. So in a sense, every move they do, they are just getting themselves deeper and deeper in the quagmire. Yeah? I think if they stay silent and stable, will be better, because so far Iran hasn't done anything preemptively. And if I have 1 minute, many people criticize the state for why not preemptively attacking the United States while everyone knew that Trump is going to attack Iran. And now I think Ayatollah Khamenei, he was right. Iran has never, ever started war preemptively. Iran claims, and I think that claim is absolutely truthful, that all our wars all our wars, not only in the last 47 years of Islamic Republic, but since 1812 have been war of defense. All of them have been war defending ourselves. We never start a war. And I think they're correct. And they never escalated preemptively. They always waited for the other side to cross a red line. Then they retaliated. So if you look at the last 19 days, Iran hasn't crossed any of the red lines. So that's why none of the countries in the region are in the position to criticize Iran. Saudi Arabia should go and criticize United States and Israel for attacking Iranian facilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think this is a great place to close. I want to make sure everyone knows that Jadal Media, that link is in the description, tagged here, so you can follow that. Be sure to follow Ali's work. Everyone hit the like button before you go. That helps boost the show. I want to thank everyone who gave super chats and whatnot, including kind words for Ali. Thank you for your membership. Thank you for your comments. Ali, anything you want to say to the audience before we head out of here?
I think, the gang of criminals, the gang of those who blackmailed politicians in America, they have played with fire, and everyone, including me and you, Danny, we're going to pay for this fire, apart from witnessing innocent children dying in Iran, apart from witnessing more civilians paying the price, but also is going to be the working classes across the world, across the globe, who are going to pay the price for this. So I think it was a bit disappointing not to see millions of people on the outside on the street opposing this war. So wherever you are, you should show your opposition to this war. This is a war created by less than a handful of criminally minded people, and people should say no to them. People should say no. We shouldn't just watch the media and feel frustrated. We should get on the streets or any other way and oppose it. Because if we don't oppose it now, bigger wars are going to come, and we are crossing a very difficult and very critical time in history. It's like changing from one world order to the next one. And if people don't get engaged with it more sincerely, we're going to have more and more bloody wars.
Yeah. I think this war, Ali, is proof of exactly what you just said. These wars are only going to get bigger, and they're only going to get more difficult on wider and wider and wider numbers of people all around the world. Without further ado, everyone, we're going to head out of here. I'm back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern time. Be sure, Mark.
Right, so Israel's desperation as it keeps getting its backside handed to it by Iran seemingly now knows no bounds, as rather than pretending it is targeting key Iranian figures or military assets, it is now seemingly prepared to set the entire Gulf on fire and trigger one of the biggest energy crises the world has ever seen. And worst of all, this was apparently so very, very avoidable, at least according to the now former director of the US Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, who resigned just the other day, of course, no longer able to live with the lie, apparently, that this entire war with Iran is based on.
That are killed off, like we just killed, Ali Laranjani, who was a negotiator, who was eager to get us a deal. Again, look, I've got no love for the IRGC. I've got no love for the Iranians. But you've got to realize,
just to be clear,
if you want it to end,
in case you're tuning in right now, you fought their proxies.
I fought their proxies. I mean, I put countless of them in flex cuffs or much worse. I've gone after the Iranians. I was in specialized outfits that went after the Iranians and their proxies. These are very serious people. They're not supermen by any means. They're humans, but they're serious. And if you give the IRGC a reason to take more control and they get support from the people, because again, you kill off the Ayatollah, they can say, hey, the last guy was too moderate. Look at what it got us. Like, give us more control.
I get it.
And the Iranian people are going to be like, well, actually, yeah, I don't like getting bombed by the Americans and the Israelis. Maybe we do need to listen to the IRGC.
So a lot of these, the points that you're making, I think are insightful, but they're also pretty obvious if you kind of game it out for 10 seconds. Yeah. So it seems like you've got two different goals. You've described Israel's goal as just regime change, permanent chaos, take Iran off the map as a coherent nation state, just tie them up with internal chaos, whatever the effects of that are on the rest of the world, all of them disastrous. Then on the American side, you have the president's stated goal, which is we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon, which they didn't have and weren't trying to build in any imminent way.
Right.
Okay. So if you join those two together in a common mission in a war, like that's our partner in this war,
Yeah.
then you create all kinds of very bad incentives.
Mm-hmm.
And now Larijani, I think, was killed by the Israelis. You saw the Israelis blow up Qatari natural gas facilities today in the Qatari natural gas field, which feeds the rest of the world, LNG.
That was the guy whose job it was to assess terrorist threats and produce analysis for senior officials, whose job it was to coordinate plans across other US agencies so the government is not working at cross purposes when it comes to terror threats, and who oversaw the maintenance of key terrorism data systems, including the main US government knowledge base on known and suspected terrorists there, telling us that the guy they assassinated the other day, the head of the Iran Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani, was seeking a deal, who was a negotiator, was one of the remaining moderates in the Iranian government, and yet war is what we've ended up with. And of course, he's quit over all of this. He made several very good points, actually, there on how the attacks are unifying Iran and not dividing it, that the war will push them towards less moderate leadership and more overt and aggressive directions, based entirely legitimately on the fact they have been attacked, they have been bombed, and all while negotiations were taking place for a ceasefire and a deal. And instead of coming to that realization in Israel, or in the Trump administration, or across the Gulf, instead of acknowledging the whole nuclear weapons story was a non-starter, was a pack of lies, Israel are now targeting gas fields, which strikes me as truly desperate now. Israel's hit South Pars, Iran's major gas field, and this is truly a serious escalation. This is far more than just another strike in a war that's already been full of them. South Pars supplies more than 70% of Iran's gas production, much of it for domestic use. And I suppose it's easy to think of Iran as a desert and being hot and all that sort of thing. But actually in the winter, wide swathes of Iran regularly fall below zero. So this is the part that keeps homes heated and power stations fed and industry turning over. And Israel's now chosen to hit that instead of pretending it's still running some neat little military campaign with US support. I suppose they've given up on the whole idea of regime change now and are just trying to get whatever they can out of this mess that they've started. Trouble is, South Pars is just one part of a much bigger gas field, the North Field, as it's all referred to. Qatar's side of this same field, they actually control 2/3 of the field. In fact, their bit called the North Dome, Iran's bit South Pars, and Israel's strike on the gas field. Well, the gas field itself doesn't respect nice, neat political boundaries and borders between Iran and Qatar here, does it? That's just not how nature works. The North Field as a whole holds more than 900 trillion standard cubic feet of recoverable gas, around 10% of the world's known reserves. So the thing Israel has now chosen to drag into this war now is not some obscure bit of pipeline in the desert, but the biggest gas system on the planet. Qatar's called the strike dangerous and irresponsible, as you might have guessed they might. So much for normalization with Israel, though, eh, guys? So much for your Abraham Accords. What are they worth when Israel will still hit your assets on a whim? Iran's now answered that attack by putting all Gulf states still hosting US assets on notice, by issuing evacuation warnings around their energy sites now, affecting the likes of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar once again, now getting it from both sides, it seems. For years, Gulf alignment with Israel and Washington has been sold as a way to reduce exposure, hasn't it? Contain Iran and buy stability through proximity to Western power. Israel's now demonstrated the opposite with a very, very expensive and irresponsible piece of proof. If the war requires a bigger target, then your shared assets are fair game. They go on the map too. If you still think the Abraham Accords was some kind of insurance policy after that, clearly you didn't read the fine print. You're reading the advert still, sold as seen as it was. Those accords are only going to be worth something for as long as it suits Israel. And that seems to be less and less the more desperate they become to get something out of this action they've started. So the Iranian response to this then, Damo, what's been said then? Well, the IRGC warning has named the Samref refinery and Jubail petrochemical complex in Saudi Arabia, the Al Hosn gas field in the UAE, Al Mesaid and Ras Laffan in Qatar, those LNG complexes, and it told people near those sites to get out effectively. Iranian spokesperson Ebrahim Zolfikari has then said energy infrastructure linked to the source of the invasion would now be set ablaze. Iran's certainly not trying to win a popularity contest in Riyadh or Doha anymore at this point. Iran is telling these Gulf states that if they host the American system, sit inside the American security web, and still cannot or will not restrain Israel after a strike on South Pars, then their own refineries, their LNG plants, their petrochemical sites will become part of their target list. Tit for tat. The old sales pitch said normalization with Israel would buy them influence, didn't it? But Iran are now demanding the Gulf monarchies test that. See if they really do have any clout. See if they really can do something about this. And I think we can hazard a guess of what the answer is going to end up being, because the actual return on their investment now looks more like an evacuation warning. South Pars itself puts a civilian spine into the story now that the usual war chatter always tries to minimize or mitigate or just outright deny. Pars Oil and Gas Company has said the field is responsible for 70% of Iran's natural gas supply. The Iranian side of the North Field produces about 700 million cubic meters a day. And that infrastructure is now being deliberately targeted by Israel, deliberately put at risk. And the only conclusion you can logically reach is that this is now how desperate Israel have become. The war has clearly not gone their way. We know it's not gone their way, despite the amount of propaganda and censorship that's gone on. And yet this is what they are still prepared to do. Set the entire region on fire for their own ends and jeopardize global energy markets, all of us, effectively, for a war they want that was based on nothing based in any fact. Israel's not just widened the target map, Israel has now widened the category of civilian life, now being squeezed, and again reminding us all how little value the Israeli state actually places on civilian life. As if Gaza and the West Bank or Lebanon or southern Syria or the carpet bombing of Iran that has already been witnessed didn't already tell us that. But when you're talking about fossil fuel sites being targeted as we now are here, it's impossible to not consider an ecological aspect of this story sitting there now as well. And that's getting a lot less attention than it really should be, because too many people still talk about energy only from the perspective of a trader who's begun to sweat a little bit over the prices. UNEP's Nord Stream study, let's go back to that incident a little bit, shall we? Their study found a plausible methane release of 445,000 to 485,000 tons from just that one major gas infrastructure disaster. UNEP also states methane is over 80 times more effective at trapping heat than carbon dioxide is in the short term. Now, nobody honest can tell you what the emissions toll is from South Pars right now, because the measurements aren't in yet, and anybody pretending otherwise is guessing in public, frankly. But once gas fields and processing installations and LNG facilities become war targets, the risk is obviously going to be severe. Fire, venting, toxic local air pollution, contamination risks, long repair windows, assuming the war ends quickly, now sit inside the conflict. Qatar said exactly that when it warned that targeting shared gas infrastructure threatened not just energy security, but the region's environment too. Israel has therefore managed to take a war it was already failing badly at and attach a major methane and pollution risk to it now as well, which is a nasty little extra for all the people still calling this strategic discipline or defense. The global market side is worse on the Qatari half than the Iranian half, it has to be said as well. And that's notable because this strike has hurt Qatar more than Iran, therefore, Israel's ally, Qatar. And that matters because it tells you where the real shortage risk sits. Iran's side of South Pars is central to Iran's domestic system. They use what they get there mostly themselves, 70% of it. Qatar's side is tied to their giant export industry, though. Qatar Energy LNG says that the North Field feeds 14 LNG trains with total production capacity of 77 million tons per year. The IEA says more than 110 billion cubic meters of LNG passed through the Strait of Hormuz in 2025. That's about 93% of Qatar's LNG exports transiting the strait, and that those flows represented almost a fifth of global LNG trade, with no alternative routes to bring those volumes to market. The Strait of Hormuz is it. The IEA also says the disruption of transit has already cut LNG supplies from Qatar and the UAE by over 300 million cubic meters per day since the start of March, more than 2 billion cubic meters a week, and that Ras Laffan has been offline since the first attack on the 2nd of March. If that stays broken, Asia gets squeezed first, but Europe gets dragged in next. Prices are global, and they're already rising across Europe. And poorer buyers, therefore, will get told by the market to freeze in effect, won't they? Hormuz then makes the contrast even more painful for Israel and the Americans because the mainstream media keeps trying to pretend the obvious danger is all on the Iranian side, that the strait is closed, that they better open up again or else. Well, the IEA has said traffic through the strait has been essentially halted and that the disruption has already slashed LNG supplies. But actually, the strait is open. It's just under Iranian control, and some 90 vessels have transited it since the war began. That's a minimal flow, yes, but you can't say it's closed. You put those two things together, the picture isn't a hard one to imagine, is it? Iran is exercising choke point control, however brutal and coercive that might look, while Israel has widened the war from flow pressure to the fixed industrial system underneath that flow. One side is squeezing transit, the other side has gone after the gas complex itself. The side sold as order looks the more out of control by comparison then, doesn't it? And Washington comes out of this looking ridiculous as well, because the whole point of the American security architecture in the Gulf is supposed to be that Gulf monarchies hand over sovereign room. They host the bases, they buy your kit, they follow the line. And in return, the system keeps the big dangers away from them and their infrastructure. But the US has prioritized Israeli defense over Gulf defense. Israel has now hit a shared gas field tied to Qatar. Iran has then named various Gulf facilities as retaliation targets. The IEA has had to coordinate the largest emergency oil stock release in its history because market disruption is already that bad. So this is what American protection looks like at full price. Your assets become expendable to one ally and targetable by the enemy because you couldn't control either of them. Gulf rulers are learning very quickly now that the US cannot remove risk, or rather will prioritize risk to Israel over risk to them. Again, so much for those accords so many of these states foolishly signed. It was never worth the paper it was printed on, was it? But the mainstream reporting on this will keep on giving us the usual phrases, I'm sure, about fear of escalation, as if it's not already happening. Concerns for the markets, calls for restraint, risk to shipping, as if the central issue is still whether somebody somewhere might do something irresponsible. Well, Israel's already done it. Wakey, wakey, guys. It hit the gas field, for heaven's sake. Qatar has already said the strike threatened global energy security and the environment. Iran's already answered with evacuation warnings around named Gulf sites. The IEA has already laid out how the numbers showing how much LNG going through Hormuz and how little slack in the market there is. The people who still want to talk about this as a tidy little exchange of military blows are not being cautious, they're being stupid. They're being ignorant. They're hiding behind word salad that just lets them dodge the obvious. Israel's therefore not just made this war bigger now, even bigger than it already was, when they can ill afford to do that. It's shown that the regional order built around Israeli escalation and Gulf normalization and American protection doesn't protect the state sitting inside it once the pressure rises sufficiently. It's shown that the distinction between military targets and civilian energy systems is now being erased by force. It's shown that Gulf rulers can align, they can host, they can pay, they can obey, and yet they still end up under threat because Israel wanted a larger target, and what Israel wants goes. It's shown that the side still advertises the force of control is reaching for ever bigger and dirtier targets because they cannot break Iran. And it's shown that when this order starts to tear, the first people handed the cost are not the men talking about deterrence on TV, but the populations living with the potential loss of electricity, of heating, who will be the biggest victims of rising gas prices, of LNG supply and industrial survival. Israel hit Iran's major gas field and has made everything worse for itself, but for so many more people too, it's actually hard to fathom it. And now the people who sold this arrangement of security are left standing there with paperwork in one hand and an evacuation order in the other. Good deal, guys. For more on the latest goings-on in the Middle East, do stick with this channel for the coverage the mainstream media will not give you, such as the very latest on Israel still trying to convince us that Netanyahu is alive and well, and, well, they seem to be getting more desperate to try and prove that too. Please do also hit like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already, so as
manage. All right, so Netanyahu did a live press conference that just wrapped up maybe about an hour or so ago, and he looks very much alive. Watch this.
Welcome to the Foreign Press. First of all, I just want to say I'm alive, and you're all witnesses. Now that I dispatched this piece of fake news.
Okay. Has he, though? Has he dispatched this piece of fake news? It's interesting that they were putting out all of these different proof of life videos over the last few days. And there were a lot of discrepancies in those videos, and many of them look like they're AI. I still believe many of them are AI, if not all of them are AI. And so the question is, if he's truly alive, why even release all of these AI videos? That's the first question that went through my mind when I saw him here, and he looked more alive than he'd looked in the past. Now, with this particular press conference, this is in a room full of people. Before Netanyahu got to the podium, we saw on the live stream, there were people walking in the room. There were people that were putting papers on the podium. There were people giving directives to the other reporters in the room. So there were clearly people there. Of course, the first question you ask is, well, is this really live? And just because something's live streamed does not mean that it's actually live happening at that time. You could pre-record live streams. We do it here on this show all the time. When we have guests, for example, we often record those in advance and live stream them out. So that doesn't really prove anything. The fact that there were other people in the room, you could also AI that. This is all stuff that could be manipulated. So I remained very skeptical as I waited for this press conference to start. But during the talk, during his speech or his, whatever it was he was doing, his rant, there were reporters that I'm familiar with. I've seen them on NBC News. I've seen them on ABC, on CNN. I see them all the time. And these reporters were allowed to ask Netanyahu questions. And that made me think, you know what? I guess it's real. I guess he's alive. But then I thought, well, reporters have lied in the past for access in order to remain on battlefields or in countries. Journalists, unfortunately, have at times agreed to lie to the public for national security reasons or for reasons of access journalism. And so I thought, well, it's possible that these journalists could have been threatened in some way. Maybe they did it willingly. Maybe they were threatened. Maybe they were told, look, you'll lose your position. You won't be able to stay here in the country. You won't be able to report here in the country if you don't go along with this scheme that we've got going on, because it's a matter of national security and lives are in danger if you don't do it. And as a reporter, you might think, well, okay, I guess I'll go along with whatever this scheme is in order to keep people safe and in order to keep my credentials here in this country. That's possible. And this would not be the first time that this has happened. So then I became a little skeptical, thinking, well, that could have possibly happened. And it was only until I saw a glitchy video that I then was able to verify by looking for that glitch in the live stream itself and verifying that it does exist in that live stream, that it is not manipulated by somebody after the fact. That made me think, I think this might have been AI. But first, let me play for you the questions that were asked by the reporters. Here's Richard Engel asking a question from, he's from NBC News.
Next question from Richard Engel from NBC News.
Good to see you again.
Okay, it cut out during the feed. We could not. Now, this is not the glitch that I'm talking about, but this did cut out. We don't get to hear his question. I could not verify. I'm still looking. In fact, let me just look right now while we're looking at this video with no audio.
Well, I think we have concrete goals.
And then that's what we saw. So it was totally silent during his question, during the press conference. And then suddenly the audio came back in. Now, Richard Engel is not posted on X in about 8 hours from the time of this airing right now. So I can't verify yet if Richard Engel was actually there. He hasn't said publicly, yes, I was there. I saw Netanyahu. Here's a picture of me and him. Here's me with him in the background, or whatever it is. He hasn't posted anything. So it's unclear, so again, if you're going to look at this from a skeptical lens, it's unclear still whether or not Richard Engel can verify if he was truly really there. And what does he have to say for this? Here is now ABC News asking a question. This time, I think we can actually hear it.
Hi, Tom Sufi-Burridge, ABC News. Prime Minister, given the escalation of attacks on US allies across the Gulf, given the spiraling energy costs, the high costs in general, the US service personnel killed in this war, many Americans are asking that question, whether you misled their government into starting this war, and for how long should Americans keep paying the price?
Well, I misled no one. And I didn't have to convince President Trump about the need to prevent Iran from developing its nuclear program, putting it underground, and being able to launch nuclear-tipped missiles at the United States. He understood that. He explained it to me. I didn't explain it to him. And I think that our partnership is the only way to avoid this catastrophic development.
Okay. So we heard that question, then we see the answer, and then we get another one, and this is JNS News asks Bibi another question. See what they say.
Alex Trayman from JNS. JNS, right behind you, yes.
Mr. Prime Minister, Hezbollah has opened up another front against Israel, launching rockets against Israeli civilians. Now ground troops are inside Lebanon. Is there any hesitancy toward launching a full ground operation to eradicate Hezbollah? And what would eradicating Hezbollah do to transform Israel-Lebanon relations and the greater Middle East?
Look, Alex, I can't divulge our battle plans. Obviously, Hezbollah is not what Hezbollah had been. I said in my opening remarks in Hebrew that they were talking about 150,000 rockets and missiles that they had, ballistic missiles. They had thousands of Ridwan terrorists right next to our fence underground, ready to invade. And we knocked them back. We destroyed the bulk of their missile capacity in 6 hours. We knocked out Nasrallah. We destroyed all the Hamas, or rather all the Ridwan infrastructure right next to our border. We now have a security corridor, security zone.
Okay. So, I mean, this looks legit to me. I mean, this looks like Netanyahu's alive, and he does a press conference. He's being asked questions. He's answering those questions. He's answering those questions very naturally, it seems. It seems like Netanyahu is actually alive. Jeremy Diamond from CNN also asked a question. He's somebody that you see on CNN all the time. He's based in Israel. I think, I want to say he's mostly based there full time. But he also got to ask a question. And so, I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, I think the guy's alive. I think he's alive. But then an eagle-eyed viewer spotted this weird, strange thing. Now, I want you to try to pay attention to his sleeve on what would be his left hand when we're looking at the screen, it's on the right. It's the right side. So I'm going to Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this a few times for you.
Second, removing the ballistic.
Okay. Now watch this again. His arm's going to go up, and I want you to watch the sleeve. It just appears.
Threat.
Okay, it just completely appears. Let me go ahead and show you that again. Look at this. Okay, I'm going to back it up. Now look at the sleeve. So his hand is up there. He's not moving. The sleeve is tucked in. You could kind of see a little white rim of the sleeve. And then suddenly, watch what happens. It just appears. Let's watch that again. Does that look natural to you? Because that doesn't look at all natural to me. I'm just going to keep showing you this so that you can really see this. And you tell me if this is normal. His left sleeve, on the left side of the screen, which is his right hand, he looks normal. But what the heck is that? Now, this is just the first one. Again, this press conference just barely happened. So this is what we were able to grab that some eagle-eyed viewer was able to see. But I'm sure that other eagle-eyed viewers are going to see more, and there'll be more posted in the next few little bit here. But that doesn't look normal to me. And that is when I thought, wow, is this also another AI video? Because sleeves don't just appear on their own. And I scrolled through the entire video. I was able to locate this on the actual live stream. So this clip came from, somebody had clipped it, put it on Twitter. And I thought, okay, but people can manipulate things. So I need to find this for myself. So I rewatched the live stream, and I was able to find this for myself. If you want to see it for yourself, you can go to today's live stream on the Prime Minister of Israel's YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is Israel Israeli PM is the channel. So just go to Israeli PM. And I want you to go to the 25-minute mark and around 15 seconds, 25 minutes and 15 seconds. And you can watch this for yourself on their YouTube channel. This isn't something someone manipulated online. You can go and look at it yourself. So then I thought, well, is this another AI video? I mean, that's what that's alluding to. And then the question is, then why would all of these journalists allowed to be in the room pretending? I mean, if this is another AI video, then those other journalists had to pretend to be there and ask these questions, whether they did it hours in advance, whether they did it in real time to some body double that was standing there, whatever, they would have had to have agreed to do this. Now, why would a journalist agree to do this? Well, plenty of journalists we saw after October 7th, plenty of journalists agreed to lie. Many of them were brought into a room where Israel showed them footage from October 7th. They wouldn't show anybody else. It was just select journalists were allowed to go into a secret room, a secret viewing, and they were able to watch this video. And then they all came out saying the exact same thing, which was, yes, I saw, babies being beheaded or baked in ovens or whatever it was, like all of these atrocities that they claimed to have seen that there was never any footage of. So it wouldn't be the first time journalists have lied to us on behalf of Israel. But these journalists are they're not in the category of what you would consider to be. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know enough about these journalists, to be honest with you, but I don't think Richard Engel and like Jeremy Diamond and, these others that I've seen on these various news organizations, besides the JNS reporter, the last one I showed you, that is clearly from, the Jewish News Syndicate, which is JNS, and, very well is, maybe part of the Zionist Club or something. But the others, it's really unclear to me. So the question is, why would they agree to do it? Well, these guys are based in the Middle East. They need access in order for their jobs to continue. They would maybe agree if they were told it's a matter of national security. It's a matter of, if you want to keep your credentials, otherwise we're going to deport you out of the country because you're not an Israeli, so you got to get out. We'll revoke your credentials and you'll have to go home. So it's a hard choice for you to make, but you're going to have to make that choice. And all we just need you to do, it's something for them. It's a matter of national security. It's a military operation and you have to do this. And I believe in Israel, it's against the law to deny, if the military comes to you and makes a request like this, I don't think you can deny it. I mean, I think you could, but you probably they might get locked up and then deported on top of that. So there could be some real consequences to denying a military operation, which is what this would be. There's also consequences to reporting on military operations in Israel. So, so it's not outside of the realm of possibility that they would fake it, that they would be part of a faking op in order to get us all to continue believing that Netanyahu is alive so that the Iranians don't think that they actually were able to hit successfully. And you could understand from a military perspective why they would not want the Iranians to know that they had a successful hit, especially one that great. And so, the Israelis are allowed to say that they've got all of these, they're able to get these massive hits, the Ayatollah and all these various people that they've been assassinating, but it doesn't work the other way around, is what we're led to believe. And this wouldn't also be the first time in history, by the way, when journalists would go along with publishing misleading content that they knew was a lie, essentially. And they did it to maintain access or to avoid expulsion. One of the examples was Walter Duranty of the New York Times, who in the 1930s downplayed the Soviet famine while privately acknowledging severe food shortages. So he said that it was his way of keeping his position in Stalin's USSR. Also, during World War II, reporters in the US worked under the Office of Censorship and knowingly withheld or even sanitized information about military operations and casualties at the government's request. So the government said, hey, journalist, scrub that. And the journalists scrubbed it, or the government, or they actually maybe even misled. We all know leading up to the Iraq War, many major outlets, including the New York Times, reported on false claims that there was weapons of mass destruction, and they just got that from the government. The government gave them the talking points. We also have seen Operation Mockingbird. I mean, there's a variety. And like I said, October 7th, when Israel marched all of these journalists, supposed journalists, into a room and said, watch this special video that we're going to show you that we're not showing anyone else, and then go out there and tell everybody exactly this is what you saw. And who knows what they saw? Maybe they saw AI videos. Maybe they did see what they thought they saw. But there's been a lot of weird AI videos. Now, before this press conference, Netanyahu came out and did this video. This was just a couple of days ago, where he's sitting in the room. Now, these are all guys that were also reportedly killed. A couple of them, the head of Mossad and also the head of the Air Force, were reportedly killed. But he's like, oh, here I am sitting next to them. We're all alive and fine. Oh, 1 second here. Sorry about that. But that is him. Let me just turn on the sound for you.
Senior commanders, in the past 24 hours, we knocked out 2 of the terrorist chieftains, the top terrorist chieftains of this tyranny. Our aircraft are hitting the terror operatives on the ground, in the crossroads, in the city squares. This is meant to enable the brave people of Iran to celebrate the Festival of Fire. So celebrate.
Okay,
in 24 hours, we knocked
let me
out
just
2
kind
of
of
the
pause
terrorist
this here. I want to show you this. What people are pointing out for AI and saying this looks like AI is that the holes in the grates aren't the same size across the room in the front there. Also, Israel Katz, the guy sitting to the left of Netanyahu on the screen, he's been holding these meetings regularly without Netanyahu, without the head of Mossad, without the head of the Air Force. And the room looks different. In fact, the where they're all sitting, it's like black. The desk area in the front is black. It's not this wood with the grates. So some are saying that this looked like a meeting that was held a couple of years ago, and that they just kind of regurgitated and changed some things out in the AI and created this fake meeting, when Israel Katz has been doing the meetings in a slightly different room this entire time. So that was another. And then there's some other aspects of this video that people have been pointing out that look like AI. Here was also, if you remember the Mike Huckabee video where he's shaking Huckabee's hand, he's like, I'm knocking them off one by one. Well, in this, I don't know if you could see this image that well, but in one you could see Huckabee. It's the same tie, the same day. Huckabee's wearing a pinstripe suit, but in the AI video, there are no pinstripes. People were pointing that out. They're also pointing out that Bibi Netanyahu's ear, if you look at this,
I have to tell you,
that his ear looks really weird in this, that it looks like he has 2 ear canals. However, this is what his normal ear looks like. It does kind of have that strange 2 ear canal look to it from the side. So I don't know. But here's the other thing. Let's see, what is this one? Oh, this video right here is now this could be AI. This was allegedly a video of Netanyahu being bombed. Like, this is the moment that Iran took him out. Then people say, well, where did this video come from? And that's a good question. It could come from, this was circulating online. It's probably AI.
From Israeli officials, in which Israeli prime can be seen dying in an Iranian missile strike.
It seems fake, but it's been circulating around. And then people are like, well, if it's what could this possibly be? This looks like it's really fake, or maybe it looks kind of real. And then how would they get the footage if it was real? And I would think that the way they would get, maybe the Iranians were spying, it was from their spy camera and they wanted to verify. And what we've been also seeing is that Ben-Gvir was, this is also part of this weird, these AI videos that have been released. Ben-Gvir was also reportedly killed in a strike. I think a different strike than what they reported Netanyahu was killed in. And here he is. They've also done kind of proof of life videos. Now, Ben-Gvir was, you remember, he's been out in the public every day out in the public, and suddenly he's not. So then he comes out with kind of his own proof of life video after we see Netanyahu sipping coffee. And this time it's Ben-Gvir delivering pizzas. Like, what is this even about? Now they've since come out with another video of Ben-Gvir where he's standing in front of like an execution chamber and he's like, oh, you guys all said I was dead. Well, this is what's going to happen to terrorists. And he's pointing out an execution chamber, which looks a bit more like Ben-Gvir. I think a lot of people looked at this video and thought, Ben-Gvir delivering pizzas. This is not the Ben-Gvir we've been seeing since October 7th. And then they put out a video of him at an execution chamber. And they're like, okay, that's a little bit more like it. But again, we just have not seen the guy. And normally he's been out in the public every single day. Where is he? And so people are asking these questions. Where is he? And then people start asking questions about Netanyahu. Where is he? And then we get this, his son with Netanyahu, his son disappears for 7 days. And in the Jewish religion, when somebody close to you dies, you have to do their mourning period, which is called Shiva, is for 7 days. And his son disappeared for 7 days. And so people think that aligned perfectly with Shiva. Also, his wife appeared, this is allegedly his wife appeared in a Zoom call over a part of the corruption case at Netanyahu. And I guess she's also facing some maybe corruption charges. And she is testifying in part of the Zoom call. And this is, she looks like she's distraught, drugged up, or hasn't had a lot of sleep. And this would have been reportedly after Netanyahu died. So here she is. This is the Zoom call. I mean, look at her. Honestly, this looks like what we expected Erica Kirk to look like after Charlie Kirk's death. That's how Sarah Netanyahu looks. And so these are a lot of questions. These are some weird oddities that are coming out. Now, let me show you this. I want to show you this video. This is the video. We made this video showing you what Netanyahu, these are verified videos of Netanyahu. The old versions are before he reportedly was killed. These are older videos compared to the new videos. And if you see, the older videos are like, this is an old video. This is a new video. His skin is clearer in the older video. You could see that he's an older gentleman, an older man. I shouldn't say gentleman. He's not a gentleman, an older man. And on the right, this new video, it's clearly smoothed out. It doesn't look as natural. So you see that difference here with these two videos. You can see the imperfections in his skin in the old videos. And in the new one, it just is like smoothed over. Also, the curtain behind him in the new one is waving around. The curtain in the background of the old one is not waving around so much. Here's another old versus new video. This is the new video of him with Mike Huckabee, and that's the old one of him. This is a side shot of that ear, showing, his ear looks similar. But he just, again, does not really look similar. Here is an older Security Council meeting that he was sitting in versus the latest Security Council he claimed to be sitting in. And I mean, he looks a little bit more like himself here, but you could see the old video is clear. And now look at this. This is the AI coffee shop video now this one really gets me. This does not look like him. And look at the old video and what that looks like versus the new one where he's like orange. He looks like he's wearing makeup. He was looking like he was wearing makeup with the Mike Huckabee video as well. I mean, it really looks like he's wearing a cake of makeup. And this is, he's looking younger, he's looking thinner compared to how he's recently looked. And so I think a big question, if he is alive, the question is, why are they doing this? What would be the propaganda purpose for making the world question whether or not he's alive? This one looked to me more, they gotten some feedback. But I do want to point out something important on this one here. This one, he does look like himself. I think in this AI, because I do think this is an AI video, I speculate that it is. It looks much more like him. But notice that there's no photographs in the background of the new versus the old one. The old one, he has pictures of his family. And then every time he sits in this part of the of his office or wherever they do these, there's something on that bottom shelf. It's usually pictures of his family members or sometimes it's other books. But in the AI one, there's nothing there. What's interesting about AI is AI can barely get the primary person correct, like making sure we have all the fingers we're supposed to have and all the teeth we're supposed to have. Photographs in the background, AI cannot do. AI cannot get those correct. it really messes up background photographs. And so it would be a lot easier if you're going to do an AI video to say to the AI, remove the background images. Like, just don't even have family photos. So even though he looks like himself, what's interesting is what's missing from this video. And other people pointed out that there were some shadows that didn't really line up. The timing of the shadow was moving at a different pace than, and he has, in the old one, the real one, for sure, he's got shadows behind him. There's different shadowing. Yet everything looks the same. Yet we're not seeing those same shadows. And we're seeing different shadows and they're moving at different speeds. So there's a lot of speculation that these are all AI and that, they're getting better at their AI manipulation, and that maybe the ones in person, like out at the coffee shop and maybe with Mike Huckabee, maybe those were staged with like a body double, and then they kind of wearing a mask, one of those like CIA masks, and they kind of put them out there and then kind of AI'd some things on thinking it would look more natural, and it just really didn't. But again, I just want to go back to this weird sleeve thing here that I want to show you. And this is
one, removing the nuclear threat. Second,
turn that off again. But again, just kind of look at that sleeve just magically grow. It's like a freaking chia pet. Woo, look at me. Magic Grow Barbie, wasn't that a thing? I mean, I don't know, guys. That's really weird. Let me show this to you again. Let me take that away, the lower third away, so you can really see it again. But this just makes me believe that, it's that sleeve magically growing. Is he really moving much when? No, I mean, that's just really, really bizarre. So the magic sleeve moving to me makes me think that that this maybe is still AI. Now I get it. A lot of people, I think a lot of people are just hoping the guy's unalive. And so people are watching these with an eagle eye, hoping and pointing out as many things as they possibly can, hoping that the guy is no longer with us. After all of the death and destruction that he has caused, thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, many people would like to see this guy no longer on Earth. So there maybe is a tendency to look for things that aren't there, but I don't know if that's what we're doing entirely. I mean, to me, things are looking strange, and these videos don't really add up. And I think the biggest question is, if he is alive, and if this press conference today was legitimate, and if it's true that Jeremy Diamond and Richard Engel and these other reporters were truly there, truly seeing Bibi, and they could actually testify to that and say, yes, that's true. He was, and I was there. And I saw him in the flesh, and it's real. And then the question is, why would they have released all of these weird fake AI videos that even the most staunch supporters of Trump that I know are like, yeah, okay, I think the guy's alive. I hope he's alive, but those videos are weird. Most anybody that can watch these videos say, but those videos are weird and they don't add up. So the question is, what would be their end game? If he is alive and he's well, and this was a real press conference, what is the end game? What was it? Maybe to cause confusion with Iran so that they could then take out some of their other leaders? Was it to make them believe he's dead so they stop targeting him? I mean, these are all possibilities, but something is definitely not right. And I think most people can agree that, yeah, there is something very odd about these videos. And we are seeing some weird things like a growing sleeve that just happens to kind of grow out of nowhere. I think most people can look at this and say it's a bit weird. So I don't know. What do you think the guy is? Do you think Netanyahu is alive or dead or incapacitated? He could be in a never-ending coma, like what they put Ariel Sharon in, an 8-year coma. They could be keeping him in a coma, and maybe one day he miraculously will come around and be like, I'm alive. Here I am. But I just am getting more confused by this than anything. And what would be my only, usually the most obvious explanation is the true explanation. And now some people might say, well, the obvious explanation then is he's alive. But I think then it's like, well, but these videos are so strange that really the obvious explanation is he's dead or incapacitated, and they're trying to cover because they don't want Iran in war to believe that they've actually been successful in striking a top figure in the Israeli government. That would be my guess, but curious what you think. Email me, Kim.
Kofi. Follow me.